lockstep. What's good for the moment? What's good for the revolution? What's good for the party? And if you just let someone's natural curiosity blossom, I mean, the fact that a janitor was held hostage within the building is inherently interesting. It's crazy. It's hilarious in a lot of ways. I mean, it's dark. It's all of the things. It's a story. It's a great story.
But then you go and you look at like University of Berkeley. Berkeley University's graduation, we had a young woman on America's Newsroom crying because she said, I worked so hard and I can't hear any of the commencement speakers because of the chanting that is pro-Hamas.
Yeah. Well, I think the Jerry Seinfeld walkout was especially perfect because a lot of what this movement doesn't like is humor, right? They don't want someone who's poking a little fun at anything about it. And Jerry Seinfeld is poking fun at a lot of things. And so, of course, they walked out on his speech. Of course. They could not. But yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing basically a small faction of students take over the conversation. They're taking over the campus. They're taking over the conversation. And it's making it so schools are scared to hold graduation ceremonies at all.
You used to be at the New York Times, and since then you've become a mom, and you're about to be a mom of another little one that's coming this summer, coming attraction. And when you think about institutions and the media, and especially anti-Semitism in this moment, one of the things you do in TGIF is just point out the headlines or the points that they make, and it really is sort of stunning. Dan Senor, who's a crowd favorite here at the Fox News Rundown, he says if you put into any sort of search engine anti-Semitism and pick a century, that you'll be surprised how much it is perpetuated from the universities.
Yeah.
What should we know about that?
I mean, it's counterintuitive, right?
Yes.
Because these are smart people. These are rich people. It's like the people in America's elite institutions. It doesn't make sense why they would be so prone to anti-Semitism. And honestly, my wife is the expert on this. She's very wise, who is the author of How to Fight Anti-Semitism, and so I'm channeling her as I'm trying to answer this. I'm sorry.
It's all right. No, it's okay. But let me ask you it this way, because I remember in TGIF
can do the perfect version
talking
of this.
about Sheryl Sandberg, who has just recently put out a documentary about the sexual assaults against people in Israel on October 7th, and one of the things I remember you writing about was about the United Nations Women's Organization taking its sweet time to point this out.
It's within this worldview, Jews are seen as the ultimate white person, the ultimate powerful person, the kind of person who is the most exempt from any of the progressive stack, right? Which is the way of ranking where the least privileged person speaks first, and then the second least privileged person speaks after that, which it's always confusing to figure out, like, how do gay and Asian, which one goes first? But anyways, the Jewish person is considered the most privileged person, the most white person. And so there's a real comfort with anti-Semitism within these conversations and the academic world, within elite America right now.
If you are giving people a little bit of, maybe on a hopeful note, about institutions and maybe journalism, media, what is it?
I think that there's a reform movement brewing. I think that with the emergence of stuff like the Free Press and things that are pressuring from the outside, that there is a movement within these mainstream institutions like the Times, even, I would argue, potentially NPR, which dare to dream, maybe, but I think there's a reform movement to say enough is enough, and for leadership to try to clamp down. I don't know if it will work, but you're seeing inklings of it. Joe Kahn, the editor of the New York Times, recently said that he wants to make it clear that the New York Times is not here just to get Biden reelected, which the fact that he needed to say that, we can have a longer conversation. But I think you're seeing a reform movement starting to brew within these places, in part because it is just incredibly dull to have to ignore the most interesting stories that are happening in the world right now. It's incredibly dull to have to pretend like the campus protests are peace and love protests versus pro-war. To have to pretend all this stuff, it's hard and it's dull.
I love the book. Again, it's Morning After the Revolution, Dispatches from the Wrong Side of History. I love the anecdote of you practicing announcing yourself as Nellie Bowles of the New York Times. Tell me about what it was like to get a job at the New York Times that you probably had dreamed about.
Well, I grew up in San Francisco, was always a very good progressive, but also just very good at prestige, very good at like getting the right award, doing the right thing, getting the good grade. And for me, joining the Times was the only dream. And I think that what we're seeing in a lot of our sort of large old American institutions is a lot of the rhetoric is really beautiful, but it's not the reality of what is fueling these places and the values that are within these places. And so once I got into the building, it went very well for a few years. And then as soon as you saw sort of 2019 through 2021, as soon as you saw some of the things that weren't maybe convenient for a narrative that the paper wanted to push at the time, you saw a real clampdown. And at some places...
Clampdown by the editors?
Clampdown mostly by colleagues and kind of a social, kind of like the social climate became, you'd be more or less smeared if you started reporting things that the rank and file didn't like. And eventually, the rank and file colleagues can get you pushed out. And so I'm there. I'm starting to get some sense of this. And I'm like, I got to get out before they manage to smear me with something like this. I mean,
maybe tell people a couple of things about what it was like. I wrote here that it was shocking to think of how you were edited. I mean, you were an amazing writer, and if anybody listening wants to be a better writer, my advice is to read good writing, and you should read Nellie Bowles. And one of the things that they would tell you in sending back stories to you is, you get with the program, Nellie.
Yeah, so this started happening, it started amping up in 2020 and 2021, which was basically, there was a disinformation movement within the paper. And there was a freelance editor who was kind of the disinformation consultant. There was a Slack channel. And the idea was this group would come and help review anything that might be disinformation. Now, we all kind of know at this point how that term is used. When Biden tried to have a disinformation office within the government, it was in the Department of Homeland Security. I mean, it's used as a tool of censorship, and it's used in the most disingenuous way you can imagine. So at the time, I was doing a story about PragerU, which I'm sure listeners know is a conservative video maker, but pretty standard conservative, not particularly radical. I was doing a story about how they were going on campus and doing these really funny viral videos that were causing a huge stir. Good story. And the disinformation consultant kept coming back to me saying, you need to add more about the disinformation angle. And I kept being like, well, what part is the disinfo? Like, they're pro-life. Maybe you and I might be pro-choice, but it's not disinformation to be pro-life. It's not false. And he was like, you really need to add more about the disinformation. There's a lot of disinformation there. And it drove me crazy. But at the time, I also was desperate to be in the good. I was desperate to stay in the only job I thought I'd ever have. And so I did it. I put it in because I wanted to buy
How'd that make you feel?
A little dirty.
Yeah.
Not great. But I couldn't see outside the world of prestige media at the time. It was the only thing that was on the horizon in my mind. And so I put it in, I got on the front page, and I was very pleased with myself after that. And I was sort of like, okay, fine, I did it. And eventually, though,
it kept happening, though, because, for example, you wanted to go and you wanted to see things. And on defund the police in particular, and you write in the book, there's a couple times when you're walking down the street with some protesters and you're thinking, well, this is not good, guys. But still, the editor said, you need to get with the program. You're on the wrong side of history.
Covering the defund and abolish the police movements definitely was considered completely inappropriate within the context of the Times at the time. I mean, one thing that a lot of the mainstream media does, I call it time laundering, where they basically take a story, like, let's say defund the police, let's say gender dysphoric teens and medical transition. They wait until the conservative press or the sort of Substackerati, the independent press, has covered it for approximately 2 years, and then the mainstream can touch it. And then the mainstream is allowed to report on it. And so for defund the police, I was trying to report on it when it was happening. And I was like, guys, there's great stories here. There's businesses that are suing cities. There's There's Black communities that don't want the police defunded. Like, these are amazing features. And I was a features reporter. And the idea is basically, no, don't touch that. Ignore anything that is not convenient to the moment.
Morning After the Revolution, Dispatches from the Wrong Side of History. Nellie Bowles, you're an amazing writer. Sign up for the Free Press. It's a great way to spend money, and buy it for your children. They will thank you for it. And read TGIF. It is the best.
Definitely always read TGIF.
Yes. Thank you, Nellie.
Thank you so much for having me on.
And you can hear my entire interview with Nellie Bowles on the Fox News Rundown Extra podcast, available this weekend at foxnewspodcast.com.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The headlines remind us daily, the world is a dangerous place. The elites in charge say everything's fine, stop noticing. But you know better. And your gut knows that time is short to prepare for a world that is 4 missed meals away from chaos. My Patriot Supply has helped over 3 million families become more self-reliant and is the company Americans trust to prepare. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure their best-selling 3-month emergency food kits. Each contain delicious breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Secure at least 1 food kit for each family member. For a limited time, save $200, plus get free shipping on all their Ready Hour 3-month emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. My Patriot Supply also has solar power generators, water filtration units, biomass stoves, heirloom seeds, and critical survival gear. Shop mypatriotsupply.com today. mypatriotsupply.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Extraordinary awaits when you open up yourself to a world of possibilities with the 150-year-old Herradura Tequila. Made with unmatched care and aged to perfection, Herradura Tequila has the sophisticated taste to make any moment extraordinary. Herradura Tequila, available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Please enjoy Herradura Tequila responsibly. Alcohol 40% by volume, 80 proof. Herradura Tequila, imported by Brown-Forman, Louisville, Kentucky.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A Delaware woman was killed after leading police on a chase from Wilmington to Chester, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's former fixer Michael Cohen was accused by Trump's lawyers of seeking vengeance during cross-examination in the hush money trial. And the Biden administration is sending an additional $1 billion worth of weapons to Israel.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear here, 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Mr. President, an honor and a pleasure to have you. How you doing today?
Doing good. We have some good numbers coming out.
Mr. President, as of August 1st, a biological boy can change in a locker room, a dressing room.
It's crazy. Boys can go into girls' locker rooms. The whole thing is crazy. No, we'll get that changed. Tell your people not to worry about it. It'll be signed on day 1. It'll be terminated.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. We wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
The 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States of America.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm Ethan, and I attend Insight PA Cyber Charter School. At Insight PA, the teachers care about my education and my future career goals. You can choose a career pathway in business, technology, and nursing, as well as extracurricular and pre-apprenticeship programs. As a sophomore in high school, I've been presented with opportunities to grow in every aspect, from robotics to marketing. I'm so glad I got to choose and attend Insight PA.
To learn how Insight PA Cyber Charter can set your child up for the future, visit insightpaschool.org.
1 in 5 rely on the Catholic Charities Appeal for help. The fact is, nearly 1 million times per year, our programs provide assistance to people in need. We can't do this vital work without you. Your gift matters. Go to CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org to donate today.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hi, it's Rob with Keystone Window. You don't have to spend a fortune for replacement windows. We offer free estimates in 30 minutes, good for 30 days. And we're not staying for dinner. Those huge window companies with the free windows never leave until your flat broke. Call Keystone for great Energy Star windows backed by a lifetime warranty. A company you can trust. Keystone, 267-308-2500. Better windows and honest price.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Enjoy some interleague action when the Phils welcome the Rangers to CBP on Tuesday, May 21st and Wednesday, May 22nd, both at 6:40, and Thursday, May 23rd at 1:05. Order tickets at Phillies.com. Roll on down to CBP on Saturday, June 1st at 7:15 when the Phils host the Cards, and kids 14 and under receive a London 2024 double-decker bus presented by SEI. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policy as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Don Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
And this is the Fox Business Report.
The Dow gained 127 points on Tuesday, up for the 9th time in the last 10 sessions. The Nasdaq up 123 for a new record close of more than 16,511, and the S&P 500 gained 25. The Producer Price Index rose 0.5% in April, topping the 0.3% estimate predicted by many economists. Today, we get the Consumer Price Index for the month, what we pay for goods and services. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said yesterday the Fed is unlikely to raise its key interest rate in response to signs of stubborn inflation. He believes price increases will start to cool again soon. And President Biden announced new tariffs Tuesday on Chinese electric vehicles and batteries, solar cells, and medical equipment.
I'm determined that the future of electric vehicles will be made in America by union workers, period.
That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
There is another big trial going on in New York City, just blocks away from the Trump case. It's in federal court, and this defendant is a Democrat, Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey.
All I can ask of you is to withhold judgment until justice takes place.
He denies the charges against him, claiming he's being persecuted. Senator Menendez is accused of accepting cash and gold bars and a luxury car and other bribes in exchange for favors to 2 foreign governments. His wife Nadine facing similar charges but will be tried separately. There are also 2 other co-defendants on trial with Menendez, businessmen from New Jersey. Jury selection started Monday as Menendez faces 18 counts on charges ranging from bribery to obstruction of justice, to fraud and extortion, to acting as a foreign agent.
It is a very complicated set of indictments, and let me just kind of run you through that.
That's Chad Pergram outside the federal court, covering the trial in New York. He's normally in Washington, D.C. as Fox News senior congressional correspondent.
Number one, you talk about foreign influence. You know, he represents New Jersey. The prosecutors say he may have also been representing Qatar and Egypt. So that's one set of charges. Well, what did he do? Well, with Egypt, there was a constituent in New Jersey who was somebody who was working with the Egyptian government on the importation of halal meat for dietary restrictions for Muslims, and working on making sure that that was the only firm that was certified to provide this type of meat to Egypt. So that's one accusation. Another accusation deals with working with another businessman on behalf of Qatar and trying to get them involved in a multi-million-dollar investment deal there. So that's another level. Menendez has said, hey, we were just doing what we do, constituent service. I was the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. It's natural that we do these types of things and advocate. If we were to be convicted, that would put a chilling effect on all service that members of Congress do. The other part here gets a little, shakier. This is where he got a Mercedes-Benz convertible. There was another person who had already been convicted by the name of Jose Uribe, and what Senator Menendez is accused of doing is pushing for leniency for this New Jersey businessman, and that's where they said, all right, he tried to help there, and then all of a sudden this Mercedes-Benz shows up in the driveway of Senator Menendez. So those are kind of the basics. It's pretty complex and pretty disparate. What's also interesting here is that his wife Nadine has also been charged, and she's going to go on trial over the summer. In fact, initially they were going to try them together. That didn't happen because she has some health issues, but we've been told by the defense counsel here that they might try to blame this all on her and say she was the one who was actually being bribed. It's not the senator. As my colleague Brett Baer said to me earlier, I'm not sure how that's going to work out on Valentine's Day if that's the case. Yeah. But that might be one of the defense strategies. But so far, they have not seated this jury.
Yeah. Now those two got married in 2020, and she has, I believe, an Armenian background. In this particular case, a lot of focus has been on gold bars and a lot of cash found, like, stuffed in jacket and coat pockets. There was also mortgage payments that the senator, my understanding was, tried to say were actually loans. I mean, there's a lot of money in this bribery case, correct?
Yes, and this is where Senator Menendez has said, look, I'm a Cuban American. We are used to having money on hand because you don't trust the government, you don't trust the banks. So what you do is you withdraw money on a regular basis and you stash it around your house. And there's almost an argument that's being made by the defense counsel that what Senator Menendez was trying to do, this is almost a form of communism PTSD. You grew up, around a regime like that, and that's kind of in your blood. And therefore, you're used to trying to help relatives and help yourself and protect yourself. And so that's why he kind of defensively did this for decades, always having this money around. Whether or not that's going to float with the jury or not, we just don't know. And again, court case like this is probably going to take 7, 8, 9 weeks, maybe through the 4th of July.
The senator was the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. He stepped aside for that while this case has been playing out. What role does the chairmanship play in, say, the favors that he supposedly got for Egypt with military aid and things like that?
It's a big gavel, and he had to relinquish that gavel now twice because of these two cases, but because here this is particularly acute because you're dealing with foreign governments. That is significant, and it's just not your run-of-the-mill congressman. It is a senator. It is not a run-of-the-mill senator. It is the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. It's just not a run-of-the-mill committee. It is the Foreign Relations Committee, and you're intervening and interacting with these heads of state and foreign governments. So that's the problem for Senator Menendez.
This is not Menendez's first trial. In fact, he's made history as the only senator ever indicted twice for bribery. Back in 2017, Menendez was also charged with conspiracy and fraud in a case that ended in a mistrial in federal court in New Jersey. Menendez was acquitted on some counts, and a hung jury was undecided on the others. Like this case, he was also accused of accepting gifts for favors.
Yeah, exactly. Gifts, lavish gifts. That's kind of the same thing. Bob Menendez, he fought that hammer and tong. He said that, when the trial was over after 11 weeks, he came out and he said, I stand before you as an innocent man, the same person I was before I walked in here. But I'll tell you, something has changed here between 2017 and 2024, and here's why. 2017, you had Cory Booker, Democratic senator from New Jersey, fellow senator from the Garden State, going there to testify as a character witness on behalf of Bob Menendez. Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator from South Carolina, did the same thing. Said, I've worked with him on issues. I've known him to be a good guy. He's a serious legislator. And frankly, on Capitol Hill, he has been known as a serious legislator. Cory Booker was even in court on the first day of the last trial. I caught up with Cory Booker the other day in the Dirksen Senate office building. Are you going to be paying attention to the trial? Not closely. I've not had nary a conversation with Senator Menendez about this. There has been a big shift among Democrats on Capitol Hill about their view of Bob Menendez. And it's a 51-49 Senate. The seat would probably remain Democratic if Menendez were to resign. He's not given any indication about that. And I remember, a few weeks after the indictment, Senator Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, asked him to come in and give a presentation and kind of say, here's what my situation is, and kind of his defense. And almost zero Democratic senators coming out of that meeting wanted to say anything to the press. In fact, I went to a back hallway. There's a back hallway in the Capitol where I bet some of the people were going to go. And sure enough, they were. Peter Welch from Vermont, Kirsten Gillibrand from New York. And they just did not want to talk. And the reason they didn't want to talk was that they were so disappointed in what had happened with Senator Menendez. The fact that he was just not willing to accept, any responsibility. Everybody, the term that I kept hearing around that time was sad. And so they're just kind of being willing to put up with him for the time being, thinking maybe they can hold on to the seat with Andy Kim, who is the prospective Democratic nominee, Democratic congressman from New Jersey.
Menendez's fellow Democrats have spoken out against the senator.
The Senate has certain standards that we must live up to. I am very disappointed that Senator Menendez has not lived up to those standards.
But Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and some other Democrats have not called for Menendez to resign. Senator John Fetterman from Pennsylvania has.
I don't know what it says other than that they guess they're just okay with having a sleazeball in the Senate.
Other Democrats agree with Fetterman and join him urging Menendez to step down, including New Jersey's other senator, who Chad referenced, Cory Booker. So what happens if Menendez is convicted?
Well, you see, that's what's interesting. I did a story back in December after the House of Representatives kicked out George Santos. There have only been 6 members of the House removed, and one of them is George Santos. Others involved in criminal cases, convicted, and the others were Confederates. So prior to George Santos, the bar for removal in the House of Representatives was either you had to be a Confederate or you had to be a convict. George Santos was neither, at least as far as we know, because, sometimes he kind of gilded the lily about who he was. So we don't really know. Maybe he was a Confederate. I don't know. But regardless, he's not in the House.
Right.
And the story I did was, well, what about Bob, as in Menendez? The idea that now that the Congress has established this bar, that if you have been indicted, and this is where some have also called for Congress maybe to remove Henry Cuellar, the Democratic Texas congressman, again, who has the same legal status, an indicted member of Congress, as Bob Menendez, and the same with George Santos, the former congressman there. So no, there's nothing automatic. The Constitution does not say that would be extra constitutional. You just have to be 25 or 30 years of age, and from the state, the whole, the rest of the story there. That's it. So no, you don't have to go. And it takes 2/3 to expel somebody.
Okay, so let's go to the other way. Hang on, let's let that go by. All right, let's go the other way. What if Senator Menendez is acquitted, or if there's a mistrial again? What would he do? He says he's not going to run as a Democrat, but could he still run as an independent?
He has left that doorway open. He could. The filing deadline, though, is the 4th of June. And if they were going to throw this all out, see, this is where this gets very murky, and that's the big question mark. We just don't know. This is what they always say about the future. It's hard to predict. So it's certainly hard to predict in this sense.
But he could be a third party. So he'd be, you wouldn't have this, it's not very common.
Yes. But
Lisa Murkowski did this as a write-in candidate, right, in Alaska,
and, she did it,
and continued to stay in office.
The late Joe Lieberman did this as an independent also in Connecticut against Ned Lamont not that long ago. So, yes, you're absolutely right.
Could he win another term if he's acquitted?
Hard to say. Hard to say, especially if you get into a three-way race there. You know, you're splitting the vote with, respectively, Kim and the Republican. It is hard to say. It really is. And whether or not that he's so damaged, this is where I keep coming back to the Democrats being so disappointed that he just didn't outright resign and kind of put this to the side. That's significant.
But again, you say this trial could go into the summer.
Into July, yes. 8-9 weeks probably.
You're going to be there the whole time or back to the
No. We might come back up for the closing statements or when they think they have a verdict here.
Well, it's going to be interesting to watch over these next several weeks. Chad Pergam, Fox News senior congressional correspondent, covering the Menendez trial beginning in New York City outside the courthouse. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Now, with the MLB app, you can get baseball your way. Pick your favorite team, your favorite players, and get customized highlights, stories, and breaking news right on your home feed. Follow the action with Game 10, where 3D replays add another dimension. Plus, notifications can keep you connected to every pitch, every hit, every game. The MLB app. Baseball your way. Download it now for free from the App Store or Google Play. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. President Biden used in his speech at the 30th annual gala of the Asia Pacific American Institute for Congressional Studies to go after former President Trump and attack Republicans for derailing immigration reform.
That other guy, that loser. I think he's having trouble.
Federal investigators looking into how that cargo ship that lost power and slammed into and destroyed the Francis Scott Key Bridge at the end of March in Baltimore. The NTSB saying in a preliminary report Tuesday, about 10 hours before leaving Baltimore, the Dolly experienced a blackout during in-port maintenance. The NTSB saying loss of electrical power stopped all 3 steering pumps, and therefore the rudder was unable to be moved. 6 construction workers lost their lives in the collapse. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The much-hyped regular season debut of Caitlin Clark finally arrived Tuesday night. Before a sold-out crowd in Connecticut, the Indiana Fever fell to the Sun 92-71. Clark didn't score her first points until 5:24 remaining in the second quarter. She finished the night with a team-high 20 points, but shot just 5 of 15 from the field and committed 10 turnovers. Ever since Clark was selected by the Fever with the first pick of the WNBA draft, her debut has been the talk of the league. On Monday, the Sun announced a sellout. It was the first time that Connecticut's home opener has been sold out since 2003. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There will be a hearing on Capitol Hill about the future of RFK Stadium and what's going to happen with the old stadium and who's going to be in charge of deciding that. And at that hearing, it's expected that Representative Stephen Raines is going to discuss the lack of Native American representation in team logos when it comes to the Washington Commanders. New ownership for the Commanders, they've already said that they're not going back to the old team name. That's not on the table at all. But Dan Quinn just liked the shirt. I don't know how he found it. You know, maybe this is an impulse buy on Instagram. Don't know. His algorithm is sending him stuff. But he said he just liked the shirt. He wanted to wear it and did. Of course, the social mob, everyone out there that was against it is now saying that, oh, what you know it, they're slowly bringing it back. That they're not.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. All firms are not the same.
The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Joe Concha.
What's on your mind?
Here's a question. Do Democrats have contempt for Americans who aren't part of the richest 1%? This question comes after former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi made an outrageous comment during a recent Oxford Union debate, calling those who may see themselves as part of the populist movement just, quote, poor souls who are looking for some answers. Here's more Pelosi, quote, we've given answers to them, but they're blocked by some of their views on guns. They have the 3 Gs, guns, gays, God, Pelosi said. She then goes on to say that would be a woman's right to choose, and the cultural issues cloud some of their reception of an argument that really is in their interest. Ugh, how utterly condescending. albeit not surprising considering the elitist bubble that Pelosi, who along with her husband is worth north of ding, 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 $100 million. That's the bubble she lives in. She's clearly saying, in other words, that if these poor souls weren't so brainwashed and would listen to the way Democrats would like them to think, they would see that the Democratic Party and its agenda is really a perfect fit for them. They're just too dumb or delusional to realize it. The sanctimonious sentiment brings back memories of Barack Obama's perspective on struggling working-class voters during a private fundraiser in San Francisco back in 2008. Here's Obama, quote, "They get bitter. They cling to guns or religion or just don't like people who aren't like them, or anti-immigrant sentiment or anti-trade sentiment as a way to explain their frustrations." That's what Obama said, and he didn't know it was being recorded at the time. So, of course, he would later apologize, but only because there was an election to be won that year. But let's be clear. Obama meant every word. We hear this pious perspective again and again from those who claim to represent working men and women. Another case in point. One could argue that a critical turning point in the 2016 presidential election occurred when Hillary Clinton called half of Donald Trump's supporters, quote, "a basket of deplorables." Remember that? Hillary went on to lose, of course, all thanks to working class voters in states like Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania who went for Trump and saw Hillary as an elitist. Make no mistake, these aren't gats. These are pompous Democrats telling us what they truly believe. The party of the little guy has become the party of coastal elites.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
A good time is in the cards when St. Louis visits Philly on Friday, May 31st at 6:40, Saturday, June 1st at 7:15, and Sunday, June 2nd at 1:35. Don't miss out. Secure your seats now at Phillies.com. Fun is always brewing when Milwaukee comes to Philly. See for yourself on Monday, June 3rd and Tuesday, June 4th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils take on the Brewers. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Wednesday, May 15th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you jump aboard the program on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, in for Dawn this morning. Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Tony Bruno, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. I'm a crumb bum this morning, but I'm up. I'm awake. Everybody's in the chat already. Ready to go. Baby, I'm ready to go. We got a lot going on.
Yeah, except Greg Stocker is not ready to go because Stocker...
Do we give him one of those?
I know.
Now, you can't even hit that in there, can you?
Oh, I absolutely can.
Oh, give him one of those.
The audience has been dying for years to have this thrown in the direction of Stocker, and here we go.
We start at 6 a.m.
Exactly right. Now, listen, Greg has been working his butt off. We got to give him love. I'm not going to sit here, and absolutely bury a guy.
No.
Because he was stuck behind an accident.
That's right.
That stuff happens.
Exactly.
However, I do want to point out that Tony has always claimed that I would not be able to get up this early on a regular basis, and I'm doing it.
There you go.
I'm doing it.
We did it. We did it, baby. We did it.
Everybody's here at 6 except for the boss, but I digress.
Meanwhile, the Phillies, by the way, have 30 wins, which is the top story. 30 wins, the best record in baseball. Who would have thunk it without all their players there? Phillies are just an amazing team.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize they were playing yesterday afternoon, but how bad are the Mets? Wow.
Terrible. But that's par for the course, is it not?
Exactly.
Get excited every year. Oh, we signed this pitcher for $250 million, and then they win 85 games. Good job, New York. Good job. We got a lot of good stuff to get to today, Tony Bruno. Gen Z and the future of America. Joe Biden has more woes. Biden is in denial. Maybe it's dementia. Maybe it's, I don't know, dishonesty, or he's just flat out a combination of everything because he refuses to acknowledge all of the bad vibes, trends, polls, and news surrounding that administration. Trump and Cohen, more testimony there. Also, Americans working less than ever before. A wild story out in San Francisco where the homeless will now be provided free vodka. I think Harry Mays just booked a flight to the Bay, Tony Bruno.
Harry and I are going out there. Instead of going to the wine country on our next trip to the Bay Area, we're going to vodka country. Who doesn't like afternoon vodka shots while you're sitting on the sidewalk in Union Square?
Forget booking a hotel. Just pitch a tent on the street and boom.
BayAreaCurbs.com. There you go.
I got to get one of those tents from the protesters now that they're not using them anymore. I got to get at least one.
Uh-huh. I hear you. All right, we got a lot of good things to get to. We will get to the big take here coming up in just 2 or 3 minutes. But normally we would have the news around this time, the traffic, the weather from Dawn. But I do want to pass this along. This was a really big story yesterday, a local story, as the great Jason Kelce, now retired from the Philadelphia Eagles, has landed a contract with ESPN, and he'll be on the Monday Night Countdown show leading into Monday Night Football. And RG3, a.k.a. Robert Griffin III, the old Redskin quarterback from about a decade ago, 12 years ago, has been demoted. And if you've ever paid attention to a lot of the left-wing sports media members that love to share their views on social justice and racism and left-wing identity politics, RG3 is one of those guys who just can't seem to stick to sports and stick to football. My only question, Tony Bruno, is how soon before a former or a current ESPN employee says that Jason Kelsey taking RG3's job is a sign of white privilege at the four-letter network? Because you know that's going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt about it. I think at this hour, Jamel Hill is frantically typing another column for The Atlantic, which has gone down faster than the Titanic.
Exactly.
When it comes to media, yes.
ESPN announcing yesterday that Kelsey, who retired in March after 13 seasons, will join the cast of the weekly pregame show. He will also be involved in Super Bowl studio coverage for ESPN, including the ESPN ABC turn of the Super Bowl, which will be in February of 2027. They said the following: additional postseason studio appearances will occur annually, including during the NFL's Conference Championship weekend, and further opportunities will be explored. So, like, we've talked about this in the past on the show with the Kelsey brothers having a podcast, Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey, and, of course, all the hysteria with Travis Kelsey and Taylor Swift. But I would imagine there's probably a media future in the future for Travis Kelsey, but he's still playing.
Yeah. And the thing about Monday Night Football, every year they make changes and they make tweaks. Remember they had how many different play-by-play combinations until they got Joe Buck and and Troy Aikman locked in on the Monday night broadcast. So the whole thing about the race card, RG3's had a good run. He's not getting fired. No. He's just being moved over. The NBA show on ESPN changes like every week. So, I mean, it's just like they're trying to move around, because they're competing with the best pre- and post-game show in all of sports, which is the NBA on TNT. Mm-hmm. That crew is the best.
Right.
And I don't care who you and Kevin Harlan, all those guys, but Charles Barkley and those guys, Kenny Smith, and, of course, the legendary, a guy down there from Atlanta, the great. And Shaq now is pimping gummies. Did you see that? He's got a new sponsorship.
Oh, edible gummies?
Shaq gummies now. Is there anything Shaq doesn't promote?
No, he'll
The
pimp
guy's
anything.
unbelievable, man.
He is.
Ernie Johnson, obviously, is the main guy there. He keeps that whole show together.
Yes.
Best pregame, postgame show, any sport, anywhere.
Yep.
And it's an NBA show.
Yep.
If not for that show, the NBA, nobody would be watching.
I wholeheartedly agree. It's the only thing that I enjoy in the National Basketball Association. So good work out of Jason Kelsey making Philadelphia proud. That was a big story locally in the news yesterday. The one I just read for you, courtesy of 6ABC.com. All right, 6:08 from Jason Kelsey to a lost group of individuals. It's time for a Wednesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And the Big Take this morning brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. The Big Take, Gen Z and the future of America. Now, I'm a millennial by 3 years. I just missed the cutoff for Generation X. But I think the Gen Xers out there are a group of people that are stalkers age that I seem to identify and connect with the most. I think most millennials, especially the younger age millennials, are a little soft and a little bit misguided. But nothing can top Gen Z right now. You are Generation Z if you were born between 1997 and 2016. Today, that would put your current age between 12 and 27 years old. And today, most high school boys, surprisingly, and this is good news, are skewing conservative. And most high school females are skewing liberal. There's a major political ideology divide in today's high school generation. And outside of Gen Z being the tool belt generation, which I give them credit for, as more and more are ditching college for the trade schools, they are largely misguided, they are inept at times, and socially awkward in many settings. And we were told as Americans that Gen Z is the generation that will save America, the generation that will make you rest easy at night, knowing the country's future is in great hands. And what has happened since to disprove that absurd belief? Well, college protests where Gen Z is chanting Free Palestine, members of the LGBTQ plus community with signs saying Queers for Palestine. Let us know how that works out. A generation that has identity crisis issues, a generation with, I believe, major anxiety issues, and a generation that has poor communication skills and are very socially awkward because of advancements in technology that have made communication almost obsolete when it comes to human interaction. It's all digital. It's all virtual. You type, you share a video. You don't have face-to-face communication with people that much anymore. And on top of all of it, social isolation during the COVID-19 pandemic that I believe further exasperated their issues. To highlight the issues, though, that Gen Z is creating in America, I have a handful of sources and stories today that illustrate the issues facing Generation Z. And some are from actually left-wing sites. Some are more conservative. They include The Hill, The Wall Street Journal, Yahoo, Politico, The New York Post, and a data-driven site that we reference frequently on the show, studyfinds.org. But here's The Hill with a headline that reads, "Will Gen Z cancel America?" The Hill writes the following, quote, "An undeniable current of anti-Americanism has surfaced in a number of the anti-Israel protests that have been raging across the country. While American flags burn at some of the demonstrations, the flag of Hezbollah, a terrorist organization responsible for the deadly bombings of the U.S. Embassy and the U.S. Marine Barracks in Beirut, is proudly displayed at others." Some commentators are even arguing that "Death to America" is emerging as the key slogan of anti-Israel agitators in the U.S. Explicit anti-Americanism at the demonstrations is rare, but its appearance inevitably raises questions about how attached today's youth are to their country. Older generations always like to complain about the young, but a large body of evidence indicates that Gen Z is less identified with their country than the millennials, the Gen Xers, and the boomers who came before them. It's pretty damning stuff right there from The Hill. And I would agree. They are less identified with their country and more focused on their gender identity and their stupid pronouns. Zach Sage Fox is a Gen Z Ivy League educated social media influencer and comedian, but he seems to have his head on straight. He joined Fox News and had this hard-hitting commentary on just how lost his generation really is. Listen and watch.
There was always this feeling of, are we making a deal with the devil, knowing that this is a Chinese-owned app? But, you know, especially coming out of COVID, it was such a great way to go viral, such a great way to get followers. I'm not only a comedian, but I'm a CEO of a pretty big production company now in New York, Fat Camp Films. Me and my business partner actually got sent to the same fat camp when we were kids. True story.
Is that why you call it Fat Camp Films? All right, I like it.
You know, so we sort of knew we were making a deal with the devil, and there's good that comes out of it too. Don't get me wrong. I host a mental health talk show on there, so there's good that can come out of it. But just as much good that can go viral, you really have seen since October 7th, especially the algorithm seems to have taken a bit of an ominous turn. I mean, you're really seeing Gen Z become Gen T. Gen terrorism. And I say that not just as a joke, but as a reality. I mean, I think the moment for me I started getting terrified was when you saw Gen Z supporting Osama bin Laden. I mean, this has gone in a crazy direction. There's Holocaust denialism rampant throughout the app. This is where you're seeing the most misinformation. And the last couple months, I've really turned my platform to try to do as much good to combat anti-Semitism and anti-Israel, you know, propaganda as much as possible. And all the social media platforms have a misinformation problem. This isn't just TikTok, but when you are speaking to young people, when I'm interviewing them on the streets about the misinformation they're hearing right now, it is 90% of it is coming from TikTok.
Now, I'm against banning TikTok, as I've said, but this site is where Gen Z gets their ridiculous ideologies that they just subscribe to. So how did this happen? The Wall Street Journal with this headline: "The rough years that turned Gen Z into America's most disillusioned voters. Young adults are more skeptical of government and pessimistic about the future than any living generation before them." The column writes, quote, "Gen Z's widespread gloominess and how it is manifesting in unparalleled skepticism of Washington and a feeling of despair that leaders of neither party can help. Young Americans' entire political memories are submerged by intense partisanship and warning about the looming end of everything from democracy to the planet. When the darkest days of the pandemic started to end, inflation reached a 40-year high, the right to abortion was overturned, wars in Ukraine and the Middle East raged," says the columnist. But my takeaway from that is you have an entire generation filled with anxiety from all the fear porn that they have been sold and fed. And these disillusioned Gen Z voters are going to be a major factor this November. Did you know that roughly 41 million Gen Z Americans age 18 to 27 will be eligible to vote in the election on November 5th? 41 million. And according to the research, they are looking at third-party options, and they slightly favor Joe Biden. But that number has dipped with Biden and the Democrats with their support of Gaza. Here's part 2 of Zach Sage Fox talking about Gen Z on Fox News. Listen and watch this.
Started crying, and I looked him in the eyes, and I said, and this is the craziest thing, someone was filming this in our group. Like, I had no clue. It's on camera. You see us hugging and crying, and I told him, I said, I promise I will make sure that nothing like that ever happens again. But when I said that promise, I meant it. I really meant it, but it was hard to imagine that it would really come into play like this, that what we're seeing on these college campuses, especially right now, could actually happen. I never understood how the Holocaust could happen. I knew it did happen, and I knew why, but it felt like a dystopian past. It didn't feel like a present. And it's no coincidence that you were seeing Gen Z, you know, again, like the Z stands for zombie. I mean, they are just repeating.
How about that? Gen Z, the Z stands for zombie. I personally couldn't agree more. I think it's a lost group. But Gen Z's lack of historical knowledge and the ability to understand things like the Middle East war between Hamas and Israel is only part of their problem. They also have trouble just being adults and the responsibilities and personal accountability that comes along with growing up and leaving mommy and daddy. We've played you clips of Gen Zers having meltdowns over the rigors of a full-time job, not getting home until 6 p.m., and being pressed for time to do things like go to the gym or spend time with friends and family or cook themselves a meal. Remember that Gen Z female clip that we played for you with that crying, hysterical lady on TikTok on the cut sheet just about 2 months ago? She was having a meltdown that she had to take public transportation to work, and she didn't get home until 6:30 at night. You can't make this stuff up. Yahoo with this headline: Gen Z has the ability to manage basic adulthood. They've totally lost that ability. Judith Woods writes the following: I'm beginning to think the Z stands for zero, as in zero expectations of life delivering any of the things they thought, not unreasonably, would be part and parcel of becoming a newly fledged grown-up. So why strive for maturity if they can never follow in their parents' footsteps, end quote. Judith goes on to write about a cost of living crisis. Hey, Gen Z, blame Joe Biden. High stress levels. Newsflash, we all have stress and a poor combination of mental health as reasons why Gen Z is so defeated. I think it comes down to privilege, entitlement, and laziness masked as mental health issues. And I'm not omitting mental health. Certainly some people really do have mental health issues, but also we live in a snowflake society, and I think this is what fuels Gen Z's victimhood culture. They realized, especially during the pandemic, it's easier to be the victim because victimhood pays. Newsflash, it's never been easy, young buck. The real world is difficult. It's not fair, and sometimes it flat out sucks. But this generation was not prepared by their parents. I also think the phone is to blame, as Politico has a headline that reads as follows, quote, it's causing them to drop out of life. How phones warped Gen Z. The social psychologist Jonathan Haidt warns that social media is fueling a mental health crisis. He warns without action from parents, lawmakers, schools, and tech companies, the youth mental health crisis will continue unabated. I don't want more lawmakers. I don't want more government, but I would like to see better parenting. Factor in results from studyfinds.org with the headline that reads as follows: childless future. Birth rate now plunging as Gen Z and millennials decide against being parents. And now you have a humanity issue moving forward into the future. Just yesterday, the Wall Street Journal with a story talking about how our global population is collapsing. Did you know that in 1950, the average live births per woman was 4.86? 71 years later, in 2021, that number has dipped to 2.32 live births per female. Some of our older audience members might not see it, but today's Gen Xers and older millennials have to wonder and ponder, what will Generation Z do to America? And will Gen Z be the generation that ultimately cancels and destroys America. And think about this. Probably scary to think about it at 6:20 in the morning, but what will America look like 10, 25, 50 years from now? And if you think it's doom and gloom now, wait until Gen Alpha becomes adults. That's the generation of my daughters. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. Build stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth savings account and earn as high as 3.5% APY while having flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. We'll come back, get Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, Anthony DiRenzo's thoughts, and then we'll delve into some stuff with Joe Biden and Donald Trump. We had Michael Cohen testimony again yesterday, and also the big guy says, polls, schmoles, it's all fake. Is it? We'll kick that around as we continue. Kayal and Company, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Dawn. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
You'd think places that make windows would be into transparency. Not so much. When you hear someone say free windows with purchase, it's confusing. Is it free or not? Rob Mado, owner of Keystone Window here, where we pride ourselves on transparency. We'll give you our price up front. No gimmicks, no hassles, or hidden costs. Just a better window at an honest price. Call Keystone 267-308-2500.
Need new windows, pick up the phone. Keystone.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Rebates, and tax credits. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Now is the time to replace that old heating and cooling equipment that you've been putting off replacing. Did you know that between PICO, the manufacturers, and federal tax credits, we can save you up to $3,800? Look, we know that replacing your HVAC equipment isn't cheap, so call our family-owned and run company and let our expertise in this area help you get high-efficiency, reliable equipment for a fair price. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
When meeting with Wall Street behind closed doors, it's impossible to know whether you're receiving objective advice or a deceptive sales pitch. Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings, providing a legally binding guarantee that your best interests come first.
Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Wall Street definitely lacks any fiduciary responsibility. Stockbrokers don't record their meetings because they don't want to commit to exactly what they say. Behind closed doors, do they really have my best interests at heart? It's quite a nice feeling to know that by recording their meetings, Crash Proof Retirement guarantees a full fiduciary responsibility, which means that you come out on top, and I'm not worried about them trying to nickel and dime me.
Learn why recording financial meetings guarantees peace of mind. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's time to get excited because new iced honey bun multi-packs are coming your way. Now you can find both delicious Tasty Cake honey bun flavors in 6-count boxes. Whether you love to bite into a soft and cinnamony iced or glazed honey bun, Tasty Cake has got you covered. Pick up a pack for your family today and bring home your favorite tasty treats. Make today tasty with Tasty Cake, except no substitutions.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together. Come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
At TurnersvilleJeep.com, the deal you'll be bragging about for the rest of the year awaits. See TurnersvilleJeep.com's big selection and save on the one you love. And right now, save even more with 0-down lease deals at TurnersvilleJeep.com. The ride you want is what we've got, so
drive a little and
save a lot.
TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier New Jersey Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Wagoneer dealer.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Oh yeah, 6:29. It is Kayal and Company live on this Wednesday morning. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, Greg Stocker. Dawn still under the weather. We'll see if she returns tomorrow. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. You know, Tony Bruno, I feel like I'm getting to the point now at 40 years old as my political beliefs and my party affiliation and some of the things I subscribe to have shifted further right and more mature and more common sense. But I got to tell you, this Gen Z crowd today, and I know, Robin, you have some thoughts as well. I'm not trying to paint a broad brush here and just say every Gen Zer is completely in over their head. But reading all of those stories that I just rattled off in the Big Take yesterday, I really do feel like this is a generation that it's kind of scary to think that they have so much power to the tune of 41 million that could potentially vote this fall.
Well, it's not even that. You know, we blame the generations. You know, we talk about the greatest generation, my parents back in World War II days, and then each generation's different. And I agree with you about you just can't condemn an entire generation of kids.
Right.
I mean, you have to look at the people who are teaching them, and that's the problem. When you see college professors leading the way on college campuses in these protests, which become riots, you know, this whole peaceful protesting nonsense, we've seen that come and go. But you just can't condemn an entire generation. You know, they had COVID for those kids. They missed their high school graduations, some of them missing their college graduations. And so while it's easy to just paint a broad brush and condemn everybody, you have to remember these kids are learning from somebody, and they're learning from people who are adults who are even more triggered than they are when it comes to common sense understanding of what's going on in the world. So it's one of those things that you have to absolutely look at the broad brush. I hate, you know, it's like talking about one person being representative of an entire race of people. That's the most ridiculous thing.
Yep.
And so you can't have an entire generation of kids being told, who are already many of them messed up, while they have messed up adults leading them, that they're a lost cause. So they'll wake up one day and then they'll realize, hey, you know what? I was a dumb kid when I was 18, 19, 20 years old. And now I'm awake, and now I'm an adult, and now I'm not woke anymore. I'm awake.
But not woke. You know what I'm
Not
saying?
woke.
No, I mean, I would compare a lot of these young kids that are lost kind of to the same, the hippie generation that was also lost, that were wandering around.
I was the hippie generation,
I know,
Robin.
but what I'm saying is that I think that we go through this where there's generations of kids that have no future. They don't see that there is a future for them, and they're searching for something, and that makes them more susceptible to being coerced into bad things. Whether it was back in the 70s and you know, free drugs, free sex, and
Free love.
Free Huey.
which led to a lot of, I mean, there were a lot of cults back then. I mean, I remember reading about it in Abnormal Psychology, about the cult ideology. You know, there were the Moonies, there were the, you know, I mean, Tony probably remembers more about which divisions there were, but that's kind of like what we're seeing now. We're seeing a lot of these kids that are going into gangs, that are going into what I think this whole Islam, Free Palestine, that's just another cult. And they're easily manipulated because they're searching for something.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're searching
Absolutely right.
They're searching for a purpose. Dawn always brings this up. Try to live a purpose-driven life. And if that means getting off of social media and stop being influenced by what you see on TikTok, and having a passion, having a hobby, playing a sport, joining a club, focusing on your academics, socializing with people in person as opposed to, you know, just the nonstop text messaging. And that's what I've noticed the most is beyond some of the absurd protests. And I look, you know, this nation has had protests for hundreds of years. I'm not sure there's anything more disillusioned than any member of the LGBTQ plus community campaigning and protesting for a group of people, a nation, a terrorist group, whatever you want to call them. And when I saw signs like Queers for Palestine, I was like, you got to be kidding me here. Like, you do realize if you go over to that section of the world, good chance they will kill you or throw you off of a building or cut your head off. So we've seen a lot of bad protests over the years. But the other thing I've noticed about the Gen Z crowd is kind of just the social uneasiness in person. And I think a lot of that was exacerbated, Tony and Robin, in the pandemic when everything was virtual with technology. And now you see some people and it's like they can't shake your hand in person or they can't look at you face to face. They seem just very uneasy and uncomfortable having a direct conversation in person.
Yeah, one of the advantages of being old, I guess, in my generation is that, you've lived through all of these different generations. You've lived through the 60s and the Vietnam War protest. We've seen assassinations of presidents. We've gone through 9/11. I mean, all the things that we've gone through from JFK when I was a kid, who was the president, all the way through all the different presidents, all the different pandemics, all the different climate crises, acid rain, you name it, Y2K. And so every generation, regardless of how many generations you've been around, there's always stuff that happens. The danger to democracy generation right now. Everything is a danger to our democracy is now the latest. Oh, if we do this, our democracy is done.
Yeah. Yep.
How many people can even understand what a democracy is or a democratic republic? They don't.
Mm-hmm. No, you're exactly right.
We just try to be cool. We try to be the cool kids.
Damn right. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, in for Dawn Stenzel, and it's Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. All right, so let's get to the big guy. A couple of stories with Joe Biden, and then we'll round back and get to Trump with what happened yesterday in court with more of the Michael Cohen testimony. But two things that are not looking good for Joe, and I told you yesterday some of the issues that Biden is facing as we cited a lot of those shock polls courtesy of CNN and the New York Times. But a Biden pollster admits the harsh truth about where Joe Biden is currently standing with black voters, Hispanic voters, and younger voters, saying, quote, "Our campaign needs to do better." The quote is as follows: "All of the data consistently shows that our campaign needs to do better with younger voters, with black voters, and with Hispanic voters." Top Biden campaign pollster Jeffrey Pollack told the New Republic. Surveys released Monday by the New York Times, which we cited yesterday on this show, as well as Siena College and the Philadelphia Inquirer, show Biden trailing Trump in 5 of the critical swing states that he won in 2020: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, while Biden was slightly leading in Wisconsin. And the poll found that Biden is especially struggling with demographics who have traditionally and historically voted D. In a hypothetical two-way matchup, younger voters between the ages of 18 and 29, which, if you recall, when I was doing the big take, Gen Z is 18 to 27. So that's a big chunk of Gen Z voters right now. They are, according to this poll, favoring Trump 46 to 43%. And you look down at some of the other data points in this article. It's in the New York Post if you'd like to read it yourself. This has typically been a spot where Democrats have been like, you know what? We got the black vote in the bag. We got the Hispanic vote. We got the Utes of today. But, Tony, we've seen this, and I'm just going to cite one more specific. Biden is really struggling with the black voter. Remember, Trump in 2016 only got about 6% of the black vote against Hillary. In 2020, that went up to 12%. And now we're seeing anywhere from a low end of 15 to a high end of maybe 30%. If you're Biden, what you thought you had in the bag is no longer in the bag anymore these days.
No, you're right. And the thing is that the denial that's going on, the fact that Joe Biden and his surrogates are out there and they're saying, oh, everything's going to be all right. Look at what we've done. I mean, the classic example is the tariffs on Chinese goods.
Yeah.
Remember, Biden came out and said, I'm going to put 100% tariffs on Chinese cars that are electric cars coming over here. And then he blasted Trump. In fact, he blasted Trump for putting tariffs on China.
Right.
When Trump told everybody that China's a problem. They're taking our jobs. They're taking all of our intellectual property. Now, all of a sudden, Biden realizing that the electric car makers, the United States automakers, the Fords and the GMs, who are heavily behind Biden as far as their unions are concerned, he's trying to placate the union workers by saying, we're going to make sure our electric cars are made here, not in China. But meanwhile, the electric car makers here are not producing electric cars because they're not selling the electric cars.
Right.
And so China's, So then he knocks Trump, decides that he's not going to follow Trump, and then he does, and then denies that he did what Trump did. Yeah. That's the stuff. I mean, we're dumb, but are we that stupid?
Well, he is such a plagiarist. He is such a thief. I mean, everything about him is so fraudulent. With Build Back Better, he's trying to steal the Make America Great slogan, basically, by rewording that. Then, of course, all the things that he undid at the southern border. Then all of a sudden, a couple of months ago, it was Joe Biden might reenact some of these executive orders that he undid on the first 100 days. Remember, Joe Biden undid 94 executive actions that Trump had in place within the first 100 days that Biden was in office. And now here you are in the fourth year, and it's like, well, maybe actually, after further review, some of these Trump ideas weren't too bad. And he realizes how popular some of them were because he's looking at these polling numbers, and he knows his polling, for whatever it's worth, is obviously not good right now.
Well, maybe because he can't remember the fact that these were Trump issues that were in place already.
Yeah.
Maybe he's hoping that everybody else won't remember it either.
Well, the problem is we have tape and we have, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, these things can be easily disproven, but the media no longer cares about lies or fact checking.
Mm-hmm.
And then the thing that gets me, I get it. All presidents lie, all politicians lie, no matter who's in power, they want to keep power. That's a given. But the fact that no one is held accountable. For example, you had Mayorkas, who before Joe Biden was even president, was sitting there talking about what his goal was.
Yep.
And then Mayorkas comes in, denies, goes before Congress and says, oh, everything's okay. They try to impeach him. And then, oh, no, we can't impeach the guy. So no one is held accountable for their actions that have led to the border being a mess. Whether it's Kamala Harris, who was the border czar, who only went there, I think, once in a walkthrough. That's the problem. No one is held accountable. Even Hunter Biden, all these charges, and now his lawyers are trying to slow walk his court case. They don't want to be held accountable, and the media doesn't hold them accountable.
Yep.
So you got the combination of the media that doesn't care because they want Biden to win again because they hate Trump so much, and you've got politicians who don't care. You got Menendez on trial. Is anybody talking about that trial? No. So that's the thing. Democrats are protected by the media 99% of the time. And that's a fact. That's not some right-wing tinfoil hat opinion.
Exactly. Biden's polling denial, the headline on Axios.com. Why he doesn't believe he's behind. They write the following. President Biden doesn't believe his bad poll numbers, and neither do many of his closest advisors, according to people familiar with the matter. In public and private, Biden has been telling anyone who will listen that he's gaining ground and is probably up on Donald Trump in their rematch for 2020. Quote, while the press doesn't write about it, the momentum is clearly in our favor, with the polls moving towards us and away from Trump, Biden told donors during a West Coast swing last week. And, of course, when he was confronted, we played you this in the cut sheet last week, when Biden was sitting down with Aaron Burnett from CNN, Biden offered a more sweeping indictment of the polling methodology, saying the polling data has been wrong all along. How many? You guys do a poll at CNN. How many folks do you have to call to get one response? And this will rub our audience the wrong way, but that last quote from Biden is not wrong. Because what have we seen since the midterms of 2022? The polls, the red wave, this, that, and the other thing, it has never materialized.
But he liked them when they were in his favor.
Well, true.
You know what I mean? Like, he believed them when they were in his favor.
It's
now,
actually,
all of a sudden,
yeah, it's actually wild if you think about it and how bad he is, that Trump is not up more. But there's just such a large group of people that just don't like the theatrics and the drama with Trump. That, if you took away the drama, and the drama never bothers me, the mean tweets, none of that stuff bothers me. I look at results and policies and what works and what doesn't. But if you took away that, it would be Trump in a landslide. If you took away the Roe v. Wade issue, Trump in a landslide. It's just like one or two things that are keeping this a razor thin within the margin of error, too close to call contest. Because the reality is it should be a blowout, but I don't think it will be. So, by the way, Slocker's here. How about that? There he is.
It's 6 a.m.
Traffic
what time
okay?
did the show start today? No, I'm not going to rip Greg. No,
6:30.
listen, it's not my style to criticize, especially the boss, Greg Stocker.
It started at 6:30
I mean, without
for
Greg
me.
Stocker, I'd be sleeping right now. You know what I mean? And
Sorry about that.
I
Well,
would
me
get
too,
calls
actually.
at night and say, hey, can you guys fill in tomorrow? Well, the good thing is we just roll out of bed, so you guys have to drive into work.
Yeah.
We roll out of bed and just pop on request, on demand. We're like the on-demand channel, except you don't have to pay for it. You know when you try to get a movie at 3 in the morning, you're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what's on? And,
Yeah, there's
and then you
movies.
have to pay for it. And you say, am I going to do this?
Yeah.
Now you just go back to bed.
Do I want to
Now,
pay?
Greg, I hope and pray that whatever accident you were stuck behind did not cause major casualties.
I would assume that it did because there's a whole part of the Vine Street Expressway that's closed down. So
Oh,
it happened
boy.
like almost right in front of me. So
Oh.
I was kind of just stuck there.
Oh, boy.
No.
All right.
Well, prayers to anybody that was involved.
Yep. There's your traffic and weather on the floors here on Kayal and Company. 855-839-1210 is the number. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Donald Trump, Michael Cohen, testimony yesterday. A couple of exciting moments with a few expletives thrown out. We'll hit on those when we come back. It's Kayal and Company, Bruno and Robin in for Dawn. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The NBA playoffs have tipped off tonight. Cleveland Cavaliers plus 15 against the Boston Celtics. Oof. Dallas Mavericks plus 4.5 against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Looking ahead to Friday, the New York Knicks plus 5 against the Indiana Pacers. It's not too late to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, championship futures, and so much more. There's no better place to bet on all the playoff action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the official sports betting partner of the NBA, 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6 o'clock hour, brought to you by Turn 7. Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls. at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers. Everything must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry! Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Turn 7 store closing liquidation. Turn 7. It'll turn 7 in just about 11 minutes as we continue here. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in for Dawn on Kayal and Company this morning. I got to tell you, Tony, I was watching some of the clips yesterday and some of the commentary from those who do have access to the Trump case in New York with Alvin Bragg as the Michael Cohen testimony continued yesterday. Just the vengeful, expletive-laden, credibility lacking stooge. I mean, this guy's life has been completely turned upside down all because of his poor choices and decisions. And you just get the sense that this is a man kind of at the end of his rope, a desperate guy. He's promoting a reality TV show. And honestly, if Trump is not found guilty, I don't know what Michael Cohen will do with the rest of his life, because if he's found to be credible or somehow there's a conviction against Trump, the mainstream media will prop this guy up. But if these lawyers and these prosecutors swing and miss, I think that's it for Michael Cohen. I don't know where you go from there. The guy's been disbarred. He can't even practice law anymore.
The amazing thing is the media, I saw this clip, because, I don't have to watch the news. I just watch the clips now. That's the best part of it. That CNN was reenacting. They had a guy and a woman. It was like bad acting. Did you see that clip where the one dude's they're reading the actual transcript of the trial, and there's a woman and a guy, and the guy's pretending he's Cohen, and the woman's pretending she's the prosecutor or the defense attorney.
Yeah.
And it was bad acting. Remember the old Saturday Night Live bit with Dan Aykroyd about horrible acting, or what was it, bad plays or bad Shakespeare acting, and there were people. I mean, it was awful. That's what they're doing. And the fact that this show, if this trial was on TV, people would be sitting around all day, every day, watching it. Would they not?
I would definitely
live,
watch a little bit every day, no question.
People would watch it because that's what they like. But I've got to give Trump credit for this. He brought in all the big guns now. He can't talk. While Cohen's talking, he's on his own on TV channel, is on his TikTok. He's making money. He's pimping. He was even pimping swag and merch to the jury yesterday.
Oh.
So imagine being on the jury and seeing this guy up there. And then the bottom line, here's the ultimate question. What are the charges, and why would anybody believe either Stormy Daniels or Cohen and then make a decision about Trump's guilt or innocence when we still don't know what the charges are?
Right. Or the fact that there's been no proven elements of the crime or any fraud yet. I've got 4 great little excerpts and updates. If you want to track this case, because you can't watch it on TV, obviously, the Daily Mail does a running live update blog like every 5 minutes with what happened in the court. I've got 4 different updates we'll get to in hour number 2. A lot of potty mouth, a lot of foul mouth attacks from Cohen towards Trump. We will read you some of those, as well as the reaction or lack of reaction from Donald Trump as this circus continued in court yesterday. And I think he's doing this by design. I think this is all calculated from Donald Trump because he knows that this is being reported on and relayed to the public via social media from those that do have select access to the courtroom. And we'll do that as we continue and we kick off hour number 2. 855-839-1210. Bruno and Miss Robin in for Dawn. Stalker is here. It's Kayal and Company, and hour 2 is on the way on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Oh, man. The Piazza Acura location in Westchester, just about a month ago, a little over a month, about almost 5 weeks now ago, I drove the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year. It's the 2024 Acura Integra. Now, I was a longtime Acura owner. I had the little 4-cylinder, fuel-efficient ILX. But, man, this Integra, this is right in my wheelhouse. And it's got a little bit more than you might get with your Piazza Mazda, but you're not going to pay that Mercedes-Benz price tag. And I owned an Acura for 10 years, and the Integra is by far the coolest Acura I have ever driven. It's well-equipped, a lot of safety features, and a lot of tech features, including a high-performance adaptive damper system, with Wi-Fi hotspot capability and also a 16-speaker premium audio system. It's style, it's luxurious, it's powerful, it's safe, and you're not going to be a prisoner to your lease or your car payment. It's affordable. Check it out today. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra and tell them Nick sent you.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And you know, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret, we're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head, and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you. They create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space.
Build your outdoor sanctuary at any one of 5 area Jacuzzi locations.
Savings are here at Hessard Chevrolet. This Memorial Month, we're rolling out incredible savings on top Chevy models, Silverado and Trailblazer. Whether you're looking for the power and performance of the Silverado or the versatility of the Trailblazer, the time to buy is now. Drive home a new 2024 Silverado with 1.9% APR for 36 months, or a 2024 Trailblazer for $299 per month for 36 months. With these special offers, you won't want to miss Memorial Month here at Hessard Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit HessardChevy.com today. Call 267-343-9094 for full details.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
I come in last night about 10:30. That baby of mine wouldn't let me in. So move it on over. Rock it on over. Move over, little dog. A mean old dog is bringing.
Kayal Company, 7:01. Welcome back in. Hour number 2 underway, live on this Wednesday morning. The cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Absolutely stacked edition of the cut sheet. Scanned the email last night. I was like, wow, we got some gems. I'll tell you what.
I just updated it this morning, too.
Oh, and there's more.
So we're going to hear from Stormy Daniels' husband.
Yeah.
Her husband?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, that was exactly my reaction, Tony Bruno.
Relevance, Your Honor, relevance.
Yeah. Boy.
Objection.
Don't you feel like the reason why they haven't actually charged him with anything yet and the jury doesn't know what the charge is because they're hoping that throughout all these people being witnesses, something's going to come up and they're going to go, that's what we can charge him with.
Yeah, the aha gotcha moment, right?
Yeah.
It's all about getting this guy off the campaign trail, keeping him bottled up in a courtroom 3 or 4 days a week, 7 or 8 hours on end. And obviously it's election interference. And I thought this was one of the best quotes I've ever heard from Jonathan Turley yesterday. Jonathan Turley, I think, is hands down the best legal scholar out there covering all of these Trump cases. Ellie Honig from CNN is good as well. And both of them, Fox, CNN, Ellie Honig, I don't know what his political beliefs are. I don't know what Jonathan Turley's political beliefs are, although I sense he's a conservative. They both have been saying that this case is a total sham. It's, prosecutorial misconduct and malpractice. And Turley said this yesterday on Fox News, that he said in regards to Judge Juan Merchan, quote, no judge with any self-respect would send this case to a jury. That's a very strong statement. That would be a strong statement from any talking head on Fox or on Newsmax or on talk radio. But when you have somebody that doesn't have a skin in the game, so to speak, and he's just looking at the facts of the case and the rule of law, Turley saying that Judge Juan Merchan is essentially a joke if he sends this to a jury, to which if he does send it to a jury, I just got to believe that there's going to be one juror, Tony Bruno, with common sense that will say, you haven't really proved anything, right? You're just giving us a bunch of tabloid material, stuff that we've known about for 18 years, right?
And I've been following court cases forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to Wapner. We talked about this yesterday when the judge said we did. But seriously, do you ever remember any trial anywhere, any place, common pleas court, traffic court, where you didn't know what the charges were? Here we are sitting in, 18 days in a courtroom, and nobody knows what the defendant is charged with.
Yes.
Seriously, how does this happen?
Yeah. This is. I had a meeting yesterday with two attorneys. Nothing for me legally. We might have some new sponsors coming on board to the show, and neither one of them were saying, "Look, I'm rooting for Trump," or "I'm this, I'm that," and they were just both. One's a former prosecutor, one's a criminal defense attorney now, and they were both saying that they never thought in a million years, as attorneys, that they would see the criminal justice system weaponized like this against a top political foe. I know it's kind of like the new trendy thing over the last year or so to say, oh, it's a third world banana republic or it's a security state. And sometimes people roll their eyes and think it's hyperbole. But except in this case, with Trump, it's really true. This is what you see in third world nations around the country that try to eradicate their political rivals. I never thought I would see this in the United States of America.
Nobody has. That's the biggest thing here. And you're right. I mean, there's two. Now, I keep hearing different stories. I keep hearing that there's two lawyers, then there are three lawyers, and they only need one. And most of the people who are looking at this are talking about, well, it's a Democrat city. All the Democrats are on the. But any lawyer watching this and saying after sitting there for all these days that this makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because the lawyers will be the ones who will be sitting with the rest of the jurors and saying, hey, does anybody understand what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
And again, all you need is one. But I agree with the real legal scholars that you're talking about, saying that the judge should not even send this to the jury.
Mm-hmm.
That's what an absolute farce this thing is.
Yes. Yes, indeed. 855-839-1210. So here are four of the excerpts from yesterday's. I mean, honestly, at this point, it doesn't even feel like a court case or a trial. It's a sideshow circus. It's a dog and pony show, whatever you want to call it. Barnum and Bailey have rolled into town. So I got some of these updates yesterday, and this was all within about a 23-minute stretch. And there's four updates. So yesterday at 2:26, Trump's lawyer Todd Blanche, I'm not sure how you say his last name, Blanche, asks Cohen why he called him a crying little S-word, which we can't say on the radio. Donald Trump's lead attorney, Todd Blanche, is asking Cohen the questions. His first quote, "You went on TikTok and called me a crying little S just before this trial began," to which Cohen responds to laughs in the courtroom saying, "Sounds like something that I would say." That's the first one. Okay, so you're taking shots at an attorney, which, by the way, the judge, now there's no gag order on Michael Cohen about talking about this case outside of court, but he has been told not to be chirping about the case. There's no gag on him, but Mershon basically said, just, be quiet, do your talking in the courtroom. Then at 2:30, 4 minutes later, Blanche to Cohen, "Why did you say Trump belongs in an effing cage like an animal?" Cohen is confronted with his own foul-mouthed attacks, jurors showing no signs of blushing at Blanche's series of direct and even profane questions using Cohen's own words. The lawyer trying to establish a record of Cohen speaking about the case despite the judge's wishes that he does not speak about them. Quote, "You referred to President Trump as a dictator D-bag, didn't you?" Cohen was asked, and he said, "Sounds like something I would say." That was Cohen's response. "You referred to President Trump when he left the courtroom, saying he goes right into that little cage, which is where he belongs, in an effing cage like an animal." So I think really what's going on here, beyond the theatrics and the hysteria of all of this, is Blanche is sitting here just showing Cohen's vengeful, vindictive nature of, hey, I had to serve 13 months in the joint. I lost my law license. So now I'm just going to come out and I'm going to try to do everything I can to bash Donald Trump. And I think that's what the defense is trying to show. Hey, jury, hey, judge, this guy, get him out of here. None of this is relevant to the case. It's all sideshow stuff.
I have a question really quick for somebody with a law degree. When there's a gag order issued by a judge, is it normal that only one side has the gag order? I always was the impression if there's a gag order, it's for everybody.
I was always under the impression that when you had a gag order, if you violated it, they would, think about how much of a joke it has been. Mershon has gagged him. Trump has violated it 9 times. He's been fined $1,000 each and every time. I think it's up to over $10,000 now. And he keeps hanging this like we're going to throw you in the can if you violate it again. I said this for the last 2 weeks. I don't know if you guys agree with this. I actually think it would be the best thing ever for Trump if he violates it again and gets thrown in jail for 90 minutes.
100%. 100%.
It's like the mugshot. It's like the mugshot all over again.
Can you
right?
imagine? Can you imagine? Because he's not gonna. He'll spend 10 minutes in a cell.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that would.
Now,
be
would they
amazing.
use handcuffs behind his back or the zip ties that have become fashionable during all the college protests?
Will he get out quicker than a career felon with 21 prior felonies in New York? Or will Trump
Well,
have to
if
sit?
Larry Krasner were in charge, I mean, Trump would be in jail and he would not be released, unlike all the other criminals who have murdered multiple people and keep getting out.
Right, exactly.
The instant they put him in jail, his poll numbers would triple.
Yeah. He's gonna have a 30-point lead in Georgia.
100%.
It's gonna be unbelievable.
Exactly.
He can campaign from the cell like Michael Avenatti has phone access
true.
in jail.
That's true.
Why wouldn't Trump have phone access in jail?
Yes, indeed.
Although Edward Falkowski brings up a good point that the Secret Service would go nuts if he were in jail because they wouldn't be able to protect him.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No, the Secret Service would go in jail with him. Like that's their job.
Well,
like, they would. Yes,
but
they go if Trump is convicted of anything. The Secret Service goes with him.
Okay, well, convicted, yes. I was talking about violating the gag order. I mean, he's probably not actually going to be in a cell for violating the gag order.
He might, but
really
for 10 minutes, and the Secret Service would go in with him. Yes.
Well,
I think they should wait for the Phillies homestand now with the Mets coming to town to continue. I think they should bring Donald Trump into the Phillies cell underneath Citizens Bank Park. So he can actually then have a big meeting and get on the mound and throw out the first pitch at the Phillies games this weekend, and then go back into the cell underneath Citizens Bank Park. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. As long as it's not as bad as Fauci's opening pitch was a few years ago. Remember when Fauci threw that little sidewinder into the dugout?
The worst.
Oh, my God. I think that was 2021 at the Washington Nationals game. He missed,
Yes.
Tony, he missed home plate by 10 yards.
I know.
He was way left.
And why is Fauci not in jail at this hour, speaking of criminals?
I have to check.
Let's be honest.
I'll have to send out some texts, find out if we can figure. Where's Rand Paul at? It's been a while since Rand blasted Fauci. Need more of that. But the last update I do want to give you from the Trump court proceedings yesterday, and I think this is now by design. At first, I thought maybe he did drift off. Maybe he was a little tired and worn down. You know, you're campaigning, you're traveling, you're in a courtroom, this, that, the other thing. Apparently, Trump closing his eyes yet again yesterday. As the cross-examination started, there was a bunch of fireworks. We talked about those quotes earlier. And Cohen is being presented with things that he has said or posted about Trump or this trial or the defense lawyers. And the public gallery in the overflow room has now erupted in laughter. Reporters are on the edge of their seats waiting to see whether Cohen gets tripped up. And the judge has made several interventions as objections have flowed. Only one person sits there unmoved. Donald Trump. Trump is sitting back in his chair, eyes closed. Either he had a good lunch and is suitably relaxed, or he is putting on a show of how little he cares about any of this. I think this is really now by design. I think Trump knows when cameras are on him, when people are sketching him, and he closes his eyes on purpose to show what a snooze this is and how much of a waste of time and taxpayer dollars this whole process is, Tony Bruno.
And then the media, Trump was sleeping again.
Yeah.
Look, he can't stay awake. Joe Biden's awake. Look at him yesterday. He gave a speech where he's stumbling, and then they had to. Did you see that video?
I did.
When Biden goes out, and then he has to have somebody walk him back into the White House where he lives temporarily during the week before he goes back to Wilmington every weekend.
Yeah, it's like Pop-Pop being returned to the assisted facilities, right? He just had his ice cream cone outside with his granddaughter, and you walk him back inside, and you say, all right, Pop-Pop, we'll see you next weekend. That's our president right now, the United States of America.
He needs one of those mobility scooters. I mean, we should all chip in and get the president a mobility scooter.
Do you remember what was the one with the lift where you go from, like, your first floor up the steps?
They still sell those.
I love those things.
I remember that from the movie Gremlins, that lady. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
If I ever need that to go up the steps, just bury me. You know what I mean? Just put me, tear down the steps. I'll just stay on the first floor. Well, we do have a second floor in our new home, but it's only one room.
Yeah.
It's a second master, and I will still call it the master because that's what it is.
I don't know, Tony. I heard that word was canceled by the left. I don't think you can mention that anymore.
No, it's still the master.
Okay.
The master suite, the master
In
bathroom.
our house, it's the master.
And the master and commander. That's what I'm going to call it.
Who's the master
Great
commander
move.
right now inside of the Bruno compound? Is it you or Miss Robin?
That would be me.
Okay, just checking. 855-839.
He has to check with
1210.
me to make sure that's still okay.
Coming up next, Americans are working less than ever before, and they want to retire sooner than ever before. Personally, after reading this story from CBS, I think they stole the Nick Kayal retirement plan. We'll get to these details when we come back. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company, Bruno and Robin in for Dawn. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, this is the absolute worst time of year to be dealing with joint pain because the weather is breaking. Everybody's getting out today, whether it's golfing, going out, jogging, working out. And that joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do. Am I right here? If you're tired of those achy joints, I want you to call my friends at QC Kinetics before you ever agree to things like surgery or steroids or medications. Patrick loves to golf like our own Nick Kayal, although Patrick definitely wears his sunscreen. Patrick couldn't even walk because of that horrible knee pain. But after his QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his knees, Patrick is back and has the best handicap he's seen in 15 years. How does that sound? I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Get that free consultation, 215-999-3000. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
Hey, y'all, now it's spring. Mow the lawn, do your thing. Putting a fence against the wall. Don't be dumb, make sure you call 811. Yeah! Call 811. Yeah! Mark the lines, know what's below. Don't cause a neighborhood power to blow. Lights and flags put on your grass, or oh no, now you smell gas. 811, yeah! Know what's below. Call 811 before you dig. Find out more at pa1call.org.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money Sunday mornings at 9. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. The NFL Draft is behind us and your favorite team is now gearing up for week number 1. The free Odyssey app puts you right in the middle of the pro football conversation with the biggest sports radio stations from across the country. The local voices who know your team the best, giving you their unfiltered takes on the current state of your squad. It's always football season on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels has to be New York.
skiing, Colorado every time. And for psychics, think California Psychics. When you want the best, some places are better than others. That's why at CaliforniaPsychics.com, home of free spirits, big dreams, and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. We connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So whatever direction you want to take your life, you know where to start. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard.
Kayal Company, 721. Happy Wednesday to all of you. Hopefully you're off to a great start to your work day. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Greg Stocker, Miss Robin, the whole gang hanging out here on a Wednesday. Hopefully Dawn feels better. A little under the weather still. This segment brought to you by the Malvern Retreat House, the nation's largest Catholic retreat house. Located in Chester County, Malvern Retreat House hosts men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. Retreat from the noise and hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. You know, Tony Bruno, when we started doing this show early on, I made a bunch of ridiculous statements like, I want to retire at the age of 62 years old. To which Greg Stocker and Don Stensland were like, hey, pal, you work in radio. Good luck with that, buddy. But, you know, my goal is I want to do this for like 25 years, and I've said this many times on the show, and then retire. And I'm going to take my cell phone. I'm going to take my laptop. I'm going to get in a car or take a flight to Florida, and I'm going to throw all of my devices into the Atlantic Ocean. I'm never going to be seen from again or heard from again, and I'm just going to golf, gamble, and drink my last days on this planet. And that's my goal. And a lot of people have said, well, it's not possible. And certainly with Biden's economy, it doesn't look like it's feasible. But now, more than ever, according to some data, we have a story from CBS where those that used to plan on retiring at the age of 65 are now retiring even earlier, although sometimes it's not by choice, as the new median retirement age for Americans is actually 62 years old, and 7 in 10 retirees have now stopped working before they turned the magical age of 65, with only about 2 in 5 saying they stopped working earlier than expected because they could afford to do so. Think about that.
How?
I have no idea. In today's economy, even if you had a nice chunk of change set aside, with the cost of everything up 20%, 25%, 30%, if you thought you could live off of that for 15 years, well, I think math says now you can only live off of that for maybe 10 years, and you might have to pick up like a little part-time side hustle at 70 years old. That's the world we're living in right now. I don't know how it's possible, and Tony, you're not completely retired by any stretch, and you're older than 62 years old.
I'm going to be 72 next month. And,
is that right?
I thought I would retire at 55 at one point when things were going great.
55.
But I think what you are absolutely right, Nick, that there are people that think they're going to retire. They have enough money, they think. They retire at 62 or whatever it is that they think that, they're going to retire early, and then they hit 70 or 75 and all of a sudden they're still going strong, but their money's run out, and so those are the people that you see working down at Home Depot or wherever, because they have to earn extra cash.
Yeah, right. People in their mid 70s are going back to work.
Yeah,
to try to not just make ends meet, but to try to supplement, whatever they're getting in retirement or Social Security or pensions. I mean, I'm living off pensions right now. I'm technically retired, but I'm dabbling. You know what I mean? I'm not going to take a full time.
So not retired.
Retired is it's one of those words that. I'm retired. I don't go to work every day. I get up whenever I want to. I go to sleep when I want to. And then when I get a call at night and Nick says, come on, I'm like, all right, what time is it? Yeah, I set the alarm for 4:30. I'll fall out of bed, get the coffee pot going, and we'll start at 6 a.m. And so that's what I do. Yeah. But if that's retirement, I'm not digging ditches, although I will be going out to the lot in the next couple of days and helping to pour concrete and stuff at the lot. So if I have to stucco, if I have to go in and get up on the roof and put plywood down, I'm ready to do that.
That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. You have to do, right?
Yes, indeed.
I'm going to go all Bob Vila, or Bob Vila doesn't even get up on roofs anymore. He just sits in the room and. He doesn't even do any physical labor anymore.
Bob Vila.
His people do that.
Bob Vila, man. He's shot.
I
don't want to be shot like Bob Vila.
You got to hire Tim Allen from Home Improvement. What's he doing these days? Nobody will hire him anymore. He's lost.
Well, the guy that works him is selling hoses on TV now 24/7.
Ah, that's a good point.
Richard Karn, is that the guy's name?
Yeah.
That was in Tool Time?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the chick who was a Tool Time lady? Weren't there a couple of them?
Yeah,
Pamela Anderson was one of them.
Yeah,
That's
Pamela
right.
Anderson.
Yeah, but she was replaced by a brunette, though, right?
Was she? I don't remember.
Isn't the other one married to 007? What's his name?
Pierce Brosnan?
No,
Pierce
Craig.
Brosnan?
Oh.
The new guy's Craig.
Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, is it Pierce Brosnan?
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan. His wife, I think, was one of the Tool Time gals.
That's good work out of Pierce. See what being James Bond gets you these days.
Hey. I'm more Gold Bond now, not Bond. Gold Bond.
Well,
Bond.
In the Florida humidity,
Gold Bond.
that Florida humidity, Tony, you better get the green medicated bottle, brother.
Absolutely, man. It is humid here. It's like 90 degrees every day, humid.
Keely Shea Smith. Wasn't she one of her?
I don't know, Robin. I only know Tim the Tool Man, and then, of course,
and his wife, Jill.
And his wife, Jill, that's right. And then the neighbor who used to look over the fence, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you remember the creepy guy, was his name Wilson or Mr. Wilson? He'd always be looking over the fence.
Mr. Wilson was Dennis the Menace, dude.
Oh, yeah,
exactly right.
Yeah.
Jeepers, Mr. Wilson.
No, what was the guy's name on the
Wilson. It was Wilson.
In Home Improvement?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But you never saw his face. They never showed his full face. It would just be like up to his nose.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think he died, that guy, didn't he?
Well, I don't know. He was just covering his face like a Hamas protester on a college campus. He wanted to slow the spread, Tone. God. We're all over the place today. I love it. 855-839-1210. But, we're talking about this retirement stuff is, I think there's a lot of people, obviously. And one thing I've always tried to keep in mind is that I'm so grateful, and it's so cheesy to say, but so blessed to do what you love doing for a living.
Exactly.
Because
this isn't work. Is this work?
No. Well, some days working with you can be work, Bruno. But no, I'm just kidding.
Tell me about it.
Yes, you can confirm
Debbie
that.
Dunning. That's it. There it is. Debbie Dunning. Jesus Goodoi says Debbie Dunning. She was the Tool Time girl that was the one that everybody said yes.
Yes.
She was the blonde, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, it's good pull by him.
There was at least 3 of them.
Okay.
3 or yeah.
But, you never get tired of, and I get it, there are some radio hosts that eventually say, I've had my fill, I don't want to do 20 hours a week or 30 hours a week like Dawn, and then eventually you retire. Our buddy Angelo Cataldi down the hall that you know quite well, Tony, finally hung up the headphones. But so many guys stick around in the industry forever because they love it. It's, once you get so good at it, it's very easy. It's just like riding a bike. And then, also, there's that lack of fulfillment once you do retire. I'll bring in a sports guy for a moment. When Joe Paterno, all the drama and the absurdities, with the Sandusky stuff aside, same thing. And Tony, you covered you were down in Alabama in the 70s or 80s with Bear Bryant. A lot of these guys that they dedicate their life to their craft. The moment they retire, they lose their drive, their motivation, and their purpose, and they don't know what to do to fulfill their hours of their day.
No, you're absolutely right. And I'm, like Harry Callis worked until he died, and John Facenda, a lot of legendary people, out in California, the Dodger broadcaster. There's so many great broadcasters who they don't want to give it up. But see, to them, they then ratchet it back. They don't work. They don't go road games. They just do home games. And so the legendary broadcaster, Al Michaels, is now doing Prime Video. Al Michaels doesn't need to work another day in his life, but he likes to dabble, and people keep calling him and offering him jobs, so he does it. But he's working like 1 or 2 days a week. And Al Michaels, again, doesn't need the money. So it depends on whether you need the money or whether you enjoy doing this. We can do it from home. If I had to get up and drive 2 hours to go to work in traffic, I would never do it. And so the fact that I can roll out of bed, wash my face, put on the glasses, and then come on here. But there's a lot of work. I'm on the internet all day already. When I found out we were doing the show again today, I was working all afternoon trying to look for stories. And then I found a couple, and I send them out because my mind is always working that way. It's always about, if you do talk radio, whether it's sports talk or political talk or any talk, if you're not prepared and you don't know what's going on, then everybody knows it. They know that you're faking it or you don't have any information. And that's when people say, who is this clown? I want somebody who has, get some facts and come back and see me.
As Jim Calhoun,
the great former coach of the UConn Huskies, Jim Calhoun, once said to the media, get some facts and then come back and see me.
That's correct. Some of the findings also in this CBS News survey underscore the gap between retirement goals and reality. One increasingly popular idea, often promoted by lawmakers and business leaders, is that Americans should work longer so they can better afford their golden years. Because millions of workers are woefully lacking in retirement savings, working longer is seen as a way to solve their funding gap. I was reading some stuff over the weekend. Now more than ever, we have a large chunk of Americans, you talk about retirements, people that are cutting into their 401k and taking out loans against their retirement just to make ends meet now, which is an interesting dynamic because I've read about it, there's an interest rate attached to it, but you're paying yourself back. So you take out money out of your 401k, and then when your paycheck comes every 2 weeks, that gets deducted and thrown back into your 401k plus interest. So that's a really scary thing if you're already, especially if you're somebody younger than me or my age or in your low 50s and you're already, borrowing against yourself. I mean, that's something that I don't think a lot of Americans would like to do. But man, now more than ever, when you're paying, 50% more for eggs, rent is through the roof, leasing a car. I mean, everything is just so absurd right now financially. You have to do that if you're struggling, or unless you want to get a second or a third job, which I don't know how I could do that doing morning drive radio. My whole schedule will be completely out of whack.
Now, I'm tapping into my 401k to help build this house because things have gone up. So I may be broke by the end of the year, so we may have to do a telethon or a radiothon or some kind of thon.
Bruno-thon.
Or Dickie-thon, the Bruno-thon. And then I'll have people bid like, hey, would you like to furnish the second master suite on the second floor? And I'll put a plaque up with your name on it.
Yes.
Right? Can I do a GoFundMe?
What's those celebrity websites where you can voice a message for somebody and they'll pay you $25?
Oh, Cameo? Cameos.
You need to be on Cameo.
Hey, I'm going to pretend that I care about you for 2 minutes. Send me your $50 or whatever they're charging these
I'll
days.
sing happy birthday to you for $100.
How many people do you think is it that retire and then are out there and they're just like, God, I'm bored, I want to do something, or actually really have to get back in the workforce?
I think it's probably a combination of both, but I would be venturing it's probably well above 50%. Like, my goal is to eventually be able to retire, go to Florida, and join a golf club as a member. But at this rate, the way things are going economic-wise, I'll have to get a job, 1 day a week as a starter on the golf course just to get free playing on Tuesday when the course is closed to the public.
Now, there's openings down here
Yeah.
to go get golf balls when they land on Alligator Head. So there's a couple of those jobs down here. You can't be too old, though. You got to be able to move quickly when there's a gator on the course and the ball's right near him.
Yeah.
Don't you think, though, that a lot of people's identities are wrapped around their jobs, and they don't realize it until they don't work anymore, and then they get depressed. They're kind of lost, and so they are looking for, again, it's this whole lost society, right? So they look for something, and going back to work fulfills them.
So are you saying that as you get older and retire, you revert to a Gen Zer and you go on TikTok and you question your identity?
No, I never. I reaffirm I don't need gender affirming care. I know what my gender is, and I've affirmed it. I affirm it every morning when I wake up.
There you go.
And go to the bathroom. But the bottom line is, I've said this before to Robin, and I've had stretches where I'm not on the air, and I say to Robin, you know what? I love doing radio. I've done it for 50-plus years. But if it ended today, as far as the career was, as being on the air, would I miss it? A little bit, but I'm not one of these guys who wants to keep doing radio until I die. Now, I probably will, because in the new house, God willing, when it's done, I'll have the studio there, and I'll be able to look outside, and do what I want to do when I want to do it. So
there you go.
Because it's fun to do, I still enjoy it. And when I don't enjoy it, when I'm not having fun doing this, then I'm going to shut it down completely.
If Tony's not having fun doing this, nobody's having fun doing this.
With that said, Tony, let's get it back to the Eagles.
Let's get it back to the Eagles.
Navy Prepper on the YouTube chat next says, Nick, stop gambling.
Gambling's was getting me by. That's how I fill my gas tank, pal. In this Joe Biden economy. It's the bourbon that works against the bank account. Right? 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Cut sheet in less than 10 minutes. And also some more Biden stuff out there. I'm not sure if we'll get to this before the cut sheet, but this really needs to be shared, courtesy of the Daily Wire. Under Joe Biden, you're never going to believe what the federal foster care funds are being used on when it comes to children in this country. But then again, it's the Biden administration, so you could probably take a decent guess. We'll get to that as we continue. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
According to a study conducted by Atticus Law Firm, 40% of retirees were forced back into the workforce because they received a deceptive sales pitch from their broker. But there is one way to ensure that you don't become part of that statistic.
Tony Gambone and Denise Gambone, Royersford, Pennsylvania.
I know people that had to go back to work because they got bad investment advice from brokers. By recording our sessions, Crash Proof Retirement proves they're willing to put their money where their mouth is.
The recordings used by Crash Proof Retirement, it's just a natural extension of how Crash Proof is legally bound to do right for the consumer.
Guarantee legally binding transparency for your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Mom!
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The West heads east on Monday, June 17th and Tuesday, June 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05 when the Padres visit the Phils at Citizens Bank Park. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. No shade necessary. All fans will receive a pair of London 2024 sunglasses presented by SEI on Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils host the Brewers. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Thanks for calling Toyota. This is Jan.
Hi, Jan. I just adopted a new best friend, and I'm looking for a Toyota so we can make the most out of summer.
With a new RAV4, you can take your pup for a drive up the coast. You can take a Prius to the park for some tug-of-war. Or you can take a Tundra to kayak at a remote lake.
One problem, Jan.
Oh?
My new best friend's a cat.
Your summer starts here, but it all ends June 3rd. Toyota, let's go places. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, little Roxanne here on this Wednesday morning, having flashbacks to 1982 when Reggie Hammond, a.k.a. Eddie Murphy in 40 Hours, was sitting in the can singing Roxanne. Roxanne! Remember when he had the headphones on and Nick Nolte was coming in to take him out to solve the case? They don't make movies like that anymore, Tony Bruno.
Put on the red light, damn it.
Yes.
Someone once said.
Damn right. Cut sheet coming up in just about 3 minutes. I'll save this Biden foster care federal fund story a little bit later because we'll never be able to get through it. And still ahead this morning after the cut sheet, stories out in the Bay Area as homeless alcoholics will now be given free vodka. It's an unbelievable story.
Road trip.
Harry
We have a reason now to go out and see Robin's mom.
Yeah, there we go. Harry Mace is already pitching a tent out in the Bay, setting up shop, literally and figuratively. And also, we have some of this university absurdity, a trifecta of stories from Princeton to Harvard to MIT that we will get to. But I do want to read this tweet from Irk, at Irk40886273. So he decided to make his phone number his Twitter handle. But Irk with a great tweet, he says, watch Mr. Bruno sit down at the card table at a casino. The name's Bond, Gold Bond. Hello, Mr. Bond. My name is Fox, Silver Fox. Great tweet out of Irk as we
That's
continue.
what I call Tony. That's funny.
Gold Bond or Silver Fox?
Silver Fox.
Well,
Silver Fox.
Anybody with gray hair can be the Silver Fox.
Well,
right?
you do have the John Daly thing going right now with the silver goatee and the silver beard. It's a good look for you, though. I like it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about letting it go real long. I'm thinking going ZZ Top maybe. And
That's not going to
throw
happen.
the ponytail in the back, you know,
Nope.
like the old dudes do, and get the long ponytail going. Chicks
no.
dig that, man. They see a guy, they see an
No,
older guy with gray
they
hair and a
do
ponytail.
not.
I want to get this thing long enough to put a rubber band in it, like Captain Lou Albano. Remember back in the day?
You do have a little Captain Lou in you. I can see that. You'd be a great 80s wrestling manager. carrying like a cane or a stick and just interfering. Be great. You'd be a great heel, Bruno. Some would say that we're both heels now because we talk about something other than sports, but yeah, what are you going to do?
Let's get it back to the Eagles.
Yeah,
now,
we should.
Oh,
well,
that's
the
not.
big schedule release tonight. I'm sure everybody will be eagerly gathering around their TV to see who the Eagles play at what time, where, when, how, and getting everybody getting triggered because the beat reporters will be tweeting out the games and spoiling everybody's television viewing experiences, which we love to do these days.
Well, now I hope Dawn returns tomorrow because if not, we will not be available because Robin and I are jumping in the family truckster and heading up north to Orlando for the next few days.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're not going to Disney World. We're going up for a graduation for our good friend Kathy and Jerry from up there in
Yes, Cat.
Jersey.
Other people might know her as Cat.
Cat.
Her son is graduating. Speaking of lawyers, her son is graduating from law school.
Oh, nice work out of him.
Yeah.
Probably $200,000 in debt too.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's what happens. But
Yeah, man.
do we really need more lawyers? Let's be honest.
No, we've got too many lawyers.
Do we need more lawyers?
Less lawyers, less podcasters. There's too many media people out there these days. Get rid of all these people. Everything's just oversaturated. We need to get back to finding just real talent.
Although, because they're kind of like family, it is handy to have a lawyer in the family.
Oh yeah, I've got
So
three.
I am
I've
looking
got three.
forward to that.
I've got 3 on speed dial right now.
Oh.
You never know,
Maybe
Tony.
we should call them.
We have a free lawyer. We have the great Dan Lust. He's our free lawyer. Anytime we need any legal advice, we go to Dan Lust Law.
There you go.
That's phenomenal.
Beautiful. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you're suffering with chronic pain when playing golf, tennis, or pickleball, Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA specializes in treating sports injuries. They're licensed physical therapists. Get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to book an appointment today. 7:45 right on the dot. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Everybody's very excited about this. I like it.
I am. I'm psyched.
been a high-energy
I can't
show.
live without the cut sheet.
What?
Even when I'm not working, I get up to hear the cut sheet.
Oh, what a promo. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Tony Bruno.
So many people love the cut sheet
From
now.
a legend.
That not only Bruno, you have Bruno and Harry and Robin sending clips for
I know.
the cut sheet.
Yeah.
Everybody's a contributor.
It's a universal thing. Listeners send in suggestions. I take them into consideration. What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing, plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, let's start here, Philip, with cut 7. Aaron Rodgers was on, just in case, for those people who don't know, Aaron Rodgers is an NFL quarterback.
Yes.
For the New York Jets.
Yep.
He's still with the Jets, right?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wondering.
And keep in mind,
Is he gonna
plays,
play?
Well, yeah, I think week 1 I play San Francisco. Keep in mind, the Jets are owned by Woody Johnson of Johnson & Johnson. So you got to have a lot of clout if you're Aaron Rodgers banging on the pharmaceutical company when your employer is involved with pharmaceuticals.
Well, he went on.
But isn't Woody Johnson a big Trump guy? I mean, he's a conservative guy with billions of dollars.
Correct.
But now you saw it as soon as the Tucker Carlson interview with Aaron Rodgers went live. All the media people. How do you allow this guy on? Why would you give this guy any airtime?
Yeah.
So much for the journalists out there who don't want to hear somebody they disagree with.
Correct.
They immediately came out all over the country ripping the fact that Aaron Rodgers still has a platform.
Yep.
You know why I admire him? Because he just doesn't give an F. He just he goes on whatever show he wants to. He says whatever he wants to say, and damn the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you got to admire somebody like that. Cut 7 here. This is where he calls out NFL, quote, stooges who tried pushing the vax on him and his teammates during the NFL season. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Called for the death of the unvaccinated. That's kind of the category that's harder for me for people like Jimmy Kimmel, for example, who famously said,
Sean Penn as well.
And Sean Penn as well,
Yeah.
who I know actually and sort of like. But what I like him less after hearing that. How do you treat people like that who wanted you to die?
Dr. Fauci said that if hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack? Yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo? Rest in peace, Wheezy.
Well, I think you framed that in the right in the right place. Like there's there was a great mashup that Rogan talked about a few times where it was all these different shows and it said brought to you by Pfizer.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper brought to you by Pfizer.
It's an amazing.
I think you have to realize that it's all about the money. And as you get into this, you read Bobby's book about the real Anthony Fauci, you realize if you want to know what's really going on, not just in big pharma, but in government, is follow the money. And even in the NFL, I mean, there was a strong push. They sent stooges out to every team to try and enforce a vaccination level above 90% on every team, with zero exemption, with zero informed consent. Just get this so that we look good, because big pharma ad spend is humongous, not just on the late night shows. It's obviously influences Hollywood, the NFL. So you have to understand who is actually pulling the strings.
I was talking
here.
to a Navy SEAL friend of mine the other day who just got out of the Navy, and like professional athletes, I mean, these are the last people who needed the vax, and so there was this intense push to make them all get the vax. He left the Navy over it, but he said most of his friends on the SEAL team he was on did not get the vax. They got fake vax cards because they knew they're very in touch with their physical health. They're SEALs, not so different from an NFL player.
Mm-hmm.
How many NFL players actually got the vax? Do you have any idea?
I don't have any idea. I know that I'm sure that there was plenty who got fake cards. I feel like, there's I think there's a base level of hesitancy.
There you go.
So, what's amazing about this, and I want to circle back to what Tony Bruno mentioned before we played the clip, left-wing media, sports media, or news media losing their mind over this. And the sad part is Aaron Rodgers is not a Republican. He's not a conservative. He's not a Trump supporter. He doesn't wear a MAGA hat. He is a guy who has publicly endorsed RFK Jr., and he is a Joe Rogan, middle-of-the-road, common-sense, old-school liberal that is sliding more to the right, and they still vilify him. Why? Because, as you said, Tony Bruno, if you don't say what the left believes, no matter if you're right-wing or a centrist, you're dead to them. You're completely done. It's share the progressive thoughts and talking points, or we will vilify you.
No, I saw the guy who's one of the Dallas Cowboy beat writers immediately tweet out, "Stick to sports, Aaron." And then Jason La Canfora, who used to be a respected NFL insider for CBS and is now doing gambling stuff, he actually went off on Aaron Rodgers too. How do you put this guy on and give him a platform? Because it's America, Jason. That's why. Whether you like him or not, why should he not? It's off season.
Mm-hmm.
He's not missing training camp, and he's up. Tucker does it like up in Maine, right? Where is that cabin? That's not a set. I think that's his house, right?
It is his house, and he does not disclose where it is, but apparently you have to be flown into it.
Maine, Montana, the Dakotas.
Yeah.
I think it's Maine. It looks a little.
Well, he has another house down here, towards
yeah, but that's not
Naples.
Southwest Florida. That's not Naples.
No. But I know that he's here part of the time, right outside of Naples.
Well,
somewhere.
when you got that kind of cash, you have houses everywhere.
Right. The other thing that's infuriating about a lot of this too is, so you had that guy who said stick to sports, Aaron, but if he was talking about BLM or nobody,
then it would be fine.
Yeah, the left never seems to say anything when Travis Kelce's promoting Pfizer or anything like that.
Yeah.
So to me, it's one of two things. All I ask for is consistency. Either let's let athletes share all of their political views, or nobody should share anything.
I have to say one thing, too. The one thing I do take issue with in that clip is this notion that that because ads run on Anderson Cooper's show or on these late-night shows, that somehow influences what the Anderson Cooper or late-night hosts say. Nick, we run a for-profit business here. Has any sponsor, has any ad person that's ever advertise on the show or plays a spot on the show, have they ever dictated to you what you can or cannot talk about?
Never once.
So, well, I do agree that maybe, there is Big Pharma pushing maybe the government or something to get this done. I don't see it because it's a sponsor of the show being this big influence on them.
Yeah.
Well, there's a difference, though, between an advertiser, a regular advertiser, and then personal endorsements, which is exactly what they were doing.
Well, the Jimmy Kimmels and the what's his face, Stephen at home, Colbert, they were doing segments. They were calling for people to die, and they were sponsored by Pfizer. So why would they do that? Why would they be so gung-ho and wish people dead? And now they've all been proven wrong. That's the part. And Aaron Rodgers isn't doing cartwheels. He was on, and a great point by ipso facto again. He wasn't on a sports show like when he used to go on with what's-his-face, Pat McAfee, on a sports show. He was on a show where they talk about politics and things going on in the world.
Yep. No, you're totally right. And I never once had a sponsor say anything like that to me. But I can give you a story from when I was in Nashville. It was not an advertiser, but we had a partnership with the hockey franchise, the Nashville Predators of the NHL. And I could tell you for a fact, they would listen to the morning show that I did in Nashville for 2 years every single day. And when we said the facts and the truth that rubbed some of the suits high up in the organization, the general manager, the team president, and things like that, when they didn't like the tone or the way we were portraying something, make no mistake about it, they were texting the brand manager like, hey, you can dial it back a little bit. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to dial it back. I'm giving you my honest opinion. That's what I'm paid to do.
JK13 says big difference between $1 billion advertising and Cherry Hill Volvo. I agree with that, but I'm just saying that it doesn't, the money to them is the same as the money to us, and there's never been a sponsor or there's never been somebody on, who may or may not own this company that's ever told us what we can and cannot say on this radio station, ever.
And also keep this in mind, too, and I think this is fair to say. Aaron Rodgers is, 38, 39 years old now. I think he's just right around my age. He's at the end of his career. He's made his money. And, oh, by the way, the Jets, yes, it helps that the fact that, Woody Johnson is a Trump supporter. But, the Jets are desperate for a great quarterback. They're not going to fire or cut Aaron Rodgers over a political view. Now, if you're a rookie on a rookie contract with no skins on the wall, can you do what Aaron Rodgers does? Probably not. You might be reprimanded for that. But you know what? The more power you have, the more clout, the less cancelable you become.
Exactly. A little bit more from Aaron Rodgers here. I'm going to go with cut 5. He was asked about, remember the rumors about him being Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s running mate, and he does say that, in fact, he was asked. This was cut 5. Phil, go.
Then you create these bills that have 40 different things in it, and we're spending billions of dollars to Ukraine and billions of dollars to Israel and billions of dollars to these college campuses. There's just a lot of issues right now that seem really un-American, and I think there's a lot of red-blooded Americans. People are like, how can Trump have such support? Well, people are fed up with it, and he speaks the rhetoric of taking back, making America great again and stuff. My thing is, he had 4 years to do it and didn't drain the swamp, and whether he just got scared because of what he learned when he was in there, I think is very plausible. But that's why I was interested when Bobby came to me and said, would you think about being my running mate? And I said, are you serious? I'm a football player. But I love this country, and I'd love to be a part of, bringing it back to what she used to be. There's a great...
Did you think about it?
Oh, yeah, I thought about it. I definitely thought about it because I love Bobby, and I just wanted to hear what he had to say about it.
Yeah, it's interesting, too. You think about his career, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, he's a Bay Area kid. He's a California kid. I'd be willing to bet he didn't grow up in a conservative family. But he's a lot like RFK. He's a lot like Rogan. He's a lot like a lot of these guys that don't trust Big Pharma, that value free speech. At the end of the day, we've realized that, Bobby Kennedy might have 2 or 3 components to him that conservatives and Republicans like, but 8 or 9 other things that you're like, yeah, he's super, super left with the climate, with the economy, and things like that. So that to me is like the biggest shame of all of this is, Kennedy is 80% left wing, and the media still vilifies the guy because he's not Biden.
Exactly. No, listen. When you listen to that conversation, is there anything outlandish?
Nope.
That he's saying?
None.
No. Is it like far right?
Nope.
Of course not.
Nope.
But the media, because they don't like the fact that the guy's outspoken, and they want to be the ones who control the narrative, and they're the ones, the sports media stooges. And there's a lot of stooges in sports media.
It's a great
and
word.
he is dead on about those people.
Yeah.
Those people sitting there in their underwear in front of a typewriter, probably manual, and even like the electric IBM ones. Remember those?
Oh, yeah, with the little ball.
Yep.
With the little ball that went around, and then you had the you take it back, and it had I had an electric where you had the eraser built into it, so you can just go back a space and erase one of the letters.
Yeah, it had a black stripe, a red stripe, and a white stripe.
Yeah, man.
Love a red
Good old
stripe.
days.
Good
The
red stripe beer,
when you go out
man.
in the sun, you sit out in the sun with a red stripe. Yeah, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Let's continue on. Let's get back to the cut sheet.
Aaron Rodgers was also asked about. You guys remember the Pat Tillman story, right? Pat Tillman played for the Arizona Cardinals, right?
Yes.
And then he went into Afghanistan and was killed. Aaron Rodgers claims that the U.S. government confiscated Pat Tillman's journal and then used his death to prop up the propaganda, the war propaganda.
Yep,
in
post 9/11.
In 2004. This is cut 6, Phil, go.
My grandfather, though, he, I didn't get to know him that well, but I do know that he always questioned and believed that Roosevelt knew about the Japanese coming, and that always stuck with him because he was super patriotic. And another one of my heroes, Pat Tillman, who left the NFL to join the Army, his death is very suspicious as well. In that, not the fact we know that he was killed by friendly fire, but the way they handled his body afterwards, his uniform, confiscating his last journal, using his death to prop up the war propaganda. There's been a lot of great people in history who are super patriotic, who've questioned their government, and I think that's what I've done since I was a kid.
And pardon my ignorance, I didn't even know that about Tillman's journal. So that was confiscated by the
his uniform was burned and his journal was confiscated. That's in John Krakauer's book, Where Men Win Glory, which is a fantastic book. And one of my best friends in the entire world, AJ Hawk, AJ grew his hair out, him and his buddy, in 2004 as an ode to Pat, because Pat always had long hair, played for the Cardinals, left a multi-million-dollar contract to go. Fight Al Qaeda and Taliban. Gets over there and is like, what the am I doing? I'm guarding these poppy fields. It's not what I signed up for. I miss my wife. I miss being in the States. This is not what I thought we were going to be doing over here. And then some really negligent maneuvers happened and split up his unit, and he ended up being with one of the members of the Afghani army who was their kind of guide. And a guy saw the guy in some dim lighting on the ridge who was with Pat. They fired on him. Obviously, Pat and the Afghani thought that they were getting fired on by Taliban, so fired back, and ended up Pat got killed. His brother was not told right away that it was friendly fire. It's all in the book. It's a fascinating book. It's one of the only books I've ever cried reading, just because it's so. John's an incredible writer. He wrote Into Thin Air. He wrote Into the Wild. He wrote Under the Banner of Heaven.
I read those three. I never read the Tillman book.
Yeah, the Tillman book is incredible. But I don't know why I'm bringing this up. Just that there's so many people that really love this country that have gotten disenfranchised. I think that's part of it.
Who've been betrayed by their leaders.
Yeah.
So that is pretty remarkable. I remember the Pat Tillman announcement in 2004. I was 20 at the time in college, and I didn't know the details about the burning and the confiscation of his journal and his manifesto. But that is, I have profound respect for anybody that goes to serve their country and obviously loses their life in combat. But you take the appreciation and the adoration to the next level when you're in the NFL making millions of dollars and you leave that kind of lifestyle, playing a game and getting paid 7 figures to go serve in a war that I think a lot of people were like, all right, what's going on here? We had Iraq WMD. That was a total a lie as far as to, what was going on over there with Saddam Hussein. And then, of course, Afghanistan. And, you fast forward 17 years later and you have the botched, disastrous withdrawal with the Biden administration.
I think it's amazing that after the fact, you find out, like years later, we're finding out more and more and more how all of our wars, there were stuff behind the scenes that were horrific, that things should never have happened the way they happened. And they were so glorified at the time and so justified. And then we find out later, and I think that it's a cumulative effect that we as today's society are finding out more and more about the wars that we thought were justified, that had horrible things happen behind the scenes. And we're like, wait a minute, then what about what's going on now?
Well, and think about, too, where we are now, where you've seen the Republican Party, especially the new generation of Republicans that are so anti-war. And I think that's why a lot of us reject Nikki Haley, think she's a warmongerer. The military-industrial complex. I mean, we've talked about Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina. I mean, he wants to wake up every day and bomb somebody. He loves war.
Weasel. He's a weasel.
He is a total weasel. And, you lived through the days of the old guard GOP where you had Old Man Bush and his kid both with wars in the Middle East. And then, of course, there was stuff with Clinton and Obama. And here comes Trump. And, you have all this peace, no wars going on. And I think that's another reason why the establishment hates Trump, is because Trump doesn't want war. And war is profitable if you are a part of the establishment.
Exactly. Patty writes, going back to the discussion earlier about the pharmaceutical companies, she says, Greg, you're living in la la land if you think that pharmaceutical companies and Pfizer, i.e. Pfizer, didn't expect the talking heads to toe the line with the amount of cash they throw at them. You're missing my point with all of this. My point is not that there weren't, Big Pharma spends a lot of money to influence lobbyists, politicians, all of that. So yes, Big Pharma, their money definitely had all these people running scared and talking points. I'm saying that the reason Stephen Colbert and Jimmy Kimmel did those bits and told everybody to get vaccinated was not because Pfizer advertised on their show. It was because somebody from ABC or CBS was like, hey, guys, we need to tell everybody they need to get vaccinated, and you need to go do it. Mm-hmm. That's what it was. It wasn't Pfizer advertising on The Late Show.
Yeah. Well, and they also love shaming those that are free thinkers and that will do their own research and won't just say, okay, I'll get the shot, which is why, like Aaron Rodgers, I think he could have handled it with more conviction, because if you remember when he was asked if he got vaccinated, his words were, I was immunized. So he kind of massaged the way he went about it, because he took the whole holistic approach, which, God bless him, knock yourself out. You're a young athlete,
which worked as well as the Pfizer shots, actually.
Right. But
which was not at all.
That opened up the little door for the media to say, well, you weren't completely honest with us, so now we'll hold that over you for the rest of your career. And Aaron Rodgers is like, you can do whatever you want. I couldn't care less.
John writes, and you can tell that we read everything here. I hold nothing back. John writes, Pharma spends the most, and question for you, if you can answer, does 1210 get money from Pharma? There are Pfizer ads, I think, that run on our station.
Really? I've never heard one.
But there have been in the past.
Okay.
But I don't think it's locally here. You know what I mean?
Like a corporate national thing?
I don't think that 1210 gets money from Pfizer. And by the way, if they do, it doesn't matter, because has it influenced anything anybody on this radio station has said? No. Nothing.
No.
In fact, we say the opposite.
Yeah.
Now, the bigger question to me, guys, and I think now that we're seeing that AstraZeneca and all these other companies, Johnson & Johnson, their shots were worthless, and the fact that these late-night comics, who basically are one-trick ponies, let's be honest, Did Pfizer sponsoring them help? I don't know. Maybe with the corporate people involved.
Yeah.
But they went over the edge. It wasn't just about, hey, get your shots. Remember they had Colbert with the big needles dancing on screen?
Yep.
I mean, they went overboard, and they were shaming people who did not, for any reason that was legitimate to them, religious reasons or whatever, they shamed anybody who did not take the shot.
Yep.
That's not what late-night comics are supposed to do.
100%.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's not
100%.
their job. Their job is not to be a propagandist for a pharmaceutical company, by the way. These COVID vaccine producers, they were getting paid. And they had there was no side effects were ever released. They got carte blanche to basically shame everybody into taking these shots. And now, all these years later, are Jimmy Kimmel and Colbert apologizing for being wrong? No. Because they never have to apologize.
And you can also look this up. I remember citing this in the fall when the Aaron Rodgers stuff was really taking off, where he was getting, political and talking about, pharma and things like that. I believe Pfizer is the 5th largest spender as an advertiser for the National Football League.
Yes.
So this is a guy who is coming out and speaking negatively against one of Roger Goodell's biggest providers of financial support, and they're probably spending hundreds of $millions a year in the NFL. So keep that in mind as well.
We talked earlier about how the cut sheet is a communal thing. People send in requests and suggestions all the time.
You're just basically Carson Daly on Total Request Live.
Total Request Live, exactly. This is well, this request was sent in. Let me read this dedication. Is
this a long distance dedication?
This is a long distance dedication. This was sent in by Tony Bruno and Miss Robin.
Okay.
In Cape Coral, Florida.
I know them.
Who would like to make a dedication to? This is the New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Yes.
Saying that illegal aliens could solve the lifeguard shortage because they're excellent swimmers.
Oh my goodness!
And this is not a parody. I had to hear this twice to make sure he was actually saying this.
This is not Mike Opelka's AI.
No, this is cut 2, Phil. Go.
That states those jobs that we are in high demand, we could expedite. How do we have a large body of people that are in our city and country that are excellent swimmers, and at the same time we need lifeguards? And the only obstacle is that we won't give them the right to work to become a lifeguard.
Yeah.
That just doesn't make sense.
Doesn't, no.
But if we had a plan that say you have a shortage of food service workers, and those who fit the criteria, we're going to expedite you. If you have the experience that you are a nurse, which you have a nursing shortage, and we would expedite you. And that's the same with lifeguards. So we have all these eligible people waiting to work with the skills we need to fill the jobs, but we're unable to allow them that stay.
Wow.
Tony Bruno, you found it. I'll let you sound it. Go ahead,
saw
sir.
it. I saw it. I was sitting and I saw it happen. And then I see a table, and there's like 100 people at this big table, and they're all nodding. And then I'm saying, wait a minute. Did he just say that black people can't swim in New York? They live on an island. Manhattan's on an island. If they don't, if they can't swim, what are they going to do? Run through the tunnels? Run over the bridges? Take the ferry? They can't swim.
We need lifeguards.
I mean, how do we know that many of the newcomers are all great swimmers?
Newcomers, yes.
Yes. How do we know they can swim? By the way, this is a guy who just went to Rome, Italy for a week and was seen painting over graffiti in Rome. And then he comes back, and the first thing he talks about is lifeguards and needing to bring in people from other countries. How do we know? There are people in landlocked countries that haven't even seen water. How do we know they can swim?
Can anybody on this show right now, whether it's Greg, Robin, Bruno, myself, or Anthony and Phil in the back, can anybody on this show not swim? Because I know that's kind of a thing. There are people out there that can't swim.
I'm not a great swimmer, but I know I could sit at a pool in a chair with a,
Well, Tony could not be a lifeguard.
I couldn't be a lifeguard at the ocean. But if I was at a pool and I'm sitting there like, what's his face, the German guy, David Hasselhoff,
Yeah. Like
with
in
my little
Baywatch?
buoy
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
and some kids. As Joe Biden said, I remember saving lots of kids when I was a lifeguard. Remember that? I'd go out. Yeah, I had four. I saved 4 kids one day.
Yeah.
They fell into the pool, and I'm a great swimmer. I was a champion back in, Delaware when I was an elite swimmer at the University of Delaware before I went to Penn. And then, of course, I was on the team with, what's his face, the kid that's a man who's swimming against women.
Yeah.
What's that dude's name?
Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas.
Yeah, exactly. So I could swim to save my life, but if I fell off a cruise ship, I'm gone.
I could see you. I could see you as the lifeguard in Jaws, sitting up in the shark tower, ringing the bell. Get out of the water! It's just bluefish.
No, I'd be on the boat with Captain Quint, and I'd be saying, "We're going to need a bigger boat, sucker."
Absolutely.
That's right.
Fetterman continues to be. I don't know. I don't know about this guy. Now he's so his constituents. This woman was protesting outside of his office. She's from Chester County, so she's local here. He now turns the video camera on them and starts filming them because they're doing it. Like, this is unbelievable to me.
Yep.
The transformation of John Fetterman.
Yep.
This is the altercation that happened outside of his office yesterday. This is cut 1. Phil, go.
Oh, I didn't expect this. No, I didn't. Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm from Chester County, in Pennsylvania, and I am really concerned about the way that pipelines are being built in our
He's
communities.
mocking them.
He's filming it. He's live streaming her.
Like in our backyards, threatening our lives, our water. And in 2018, you actually joined us for a protest when you were running for lieutenant governor of the pipeline running through Chester County through my community. And you, why the change of heart? Why aren't you standing with people of Pennsylvania right now?
Well, I would be less more.
He gets in the elevator and there goes the doors.
It's amazing.
Dude, I'm telling you, this is the kind of transition that I can condone, that I can get behind. It's just amazing seeing that big Sasquatch walking through the hallways.
What was on that Carhartt shirt that he was wearing? It was like a bear or something,
No,
right?
Panther, I think.
Was it a Black Panther?
Is that what
How
it is?
many people feel like they owe Fetterman a huge apology?
I'm thinking how many squad Dems and far left progressives are thinking, man, we got to knock this guy out behind closed doors. He's
going to have another stroke.
By the way, to Robin's point, it looks like the Thundercats logo. If you remember,
It does.
If you remember Thundercats from the 80s.
Thundercats.
Exactly.
No, but I feel
that
like
wasn't a Jack Links commercial. Come on now.
I feel like when he was running and he had his stroke and he could barely speak, I was like, how can Pennsylvania vote this guy in? Are you guys nuts? You guys are insane. How stupid can you be? I feel like I owe all of everybody that I yelled at in my mind, and him as well, that I owe them an apology.
I don't know
and
if
I
you need
feel
to go that
also,
far.
I mean, there's so
he's
many
still a-
issues where
he's become very common sense on a couple of issues.
A couple of issues.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean he's he's a darling of the right now.
I think he's what really is what he. So I've always thought, from everything I've read about him, is that he was just kind of your classic Democrat, your classic liberal. But I think he slid further left because he was seeking to be elected, and the Squad Dems are in their ears because I think the Squad Dems are controlling a lot of this.
Well, his
nonsense.
wife.
Well, you don't see his wife around. He fired all the clowns that were propping him up. And,
right.
Remember, he fired most of the people who were the guys who helped him get elected, and then he realized there were a bunch of stooges. And you notice he talks about his wife, but you never see her anymore.
Yeah.
So whatever he did, whatever he shed from his life, it was a good move because now, again, thank God he's better. Nobody wanted to see him,
of course.
in that state where he couldn't talk or wouldn't be able to put a sentence together. So God bless him. I mean, nobody's rooting against a human being who's suffering from brain damage or a stroke.
Right.
We know everybody knows somebody who's had a stroke, and some people recover slowly. Some people never recover. So
I think
that's,
I think the lesson to be learned here is with Tom Brady and now with John Fetterman. If you ditch your lady named Giselle, you go on to bigger and better things and start making more sense.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button if you have not done so for today's program. Hit the subscribe button and hit the like button. Thank you for joining us this morning. The advantage of YouTube is, one, you get to see all our faces, and two, you get to watch these videos as we're playing them on the cut sheet. Moving on to cut 3 here. This, I have faith in humanity after this. This woman puts a man in a headlock after she catches him filming her in a fitting room at a Nordstrom rack in Colorado.
Yeah.
The woman was later photographed sitting on the man as she shoved his face into the ground.
Yeah, this is a great headlock.
Yeah, you have to see this video. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Nick, if you will, my friend, pull up your monitor if you want to describe this for the people who are stuck in traffic on I-76 like I was. Cut 3, Phil, go.
All right, she's got him in the headlock.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow, you can see his whole body. He's got. He's like draped over top of her.
His butt cracks hanging out.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, when you first see this, you don't realize that she's got a man in a headlock. So you're like, who's the guy on the ground yelling?
Yep. Right.
But the beginning of this, she actually tackles him and then gets him in a headlock.
Yep.
And then the other guy there who's also saying, this is a dressing room now in a department store. So this was in a gym. This is where women go in and try, like Robin brings in 16 outfits to try it. And this dude was in there trying to film her.
I can't figure out the rest of the people that are around her, though. I was trying to. Are they
one guy was helping. The
security?
guy that's laying down is holding the man's legs. The woman who was being spied on has him in a headlock, and she's got him in a death grip.
She is not letting go.
Look at that thing. Face plant, baby.
Look at that. Right on top of him with
look at that.
Suck carpet, punk.
Yeah, that was like the old. Remember what's his name? The guardian angel guy in
Curtis Lewa.
Curtis Lewa was there. Suck some concrete.
Absolutely.
This is a dude who was filming her in a women's dressing room in Nordstrom Rack.
Yep.
And he got racked real hard.
Racked and stacked. And by the way, total violation, and good for this guy for taking the pounding he's taking for being a pervert. If you saw in the video, he had jeans on, basketball shorts under the jeans, and then boxers under the basketball shorts.
Well, it's dangerous. It's 80 degrees one day, and then it's 20 the next, and it's snowing.
His jeans were around his knees, though.
Yeah, what did we call that back in the day when we were kids, Greg? Drooping?
Yeah.
You'd droop your pants, and your mom would slap you upside your head and say, put a belt on. By the way, could we re-rack that video and audio? Because I believe you can hear the lady in there saying, basically,
I was doing some play-by-play for people who, because there's not a lot. Really, there's no play-by-play, so I was providing it to those who aren't watching the video.
Right.
When I first saw the video, I didn't know. I thought the woman was being beaten up,
Right.
but no, she was the aggressor who took this sucker down.
Yeah, and I think you'll hear her here in this clip where she's saying, you messed with the wrong chick or something to that effect.
Cut 3.
And she says, this is why men don't belong in a dressing room.
Yes, listen to this.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
Put it. Where do you want me to put him? Just stop, man. Just stop. Relax. Okay, you're not going anywhere. If you relax, it's going to be a lot easier for you. Okay, listen. We're going to keep holding on to you, okay? But if you keep resisting, it's going to get tighter.
In training.
And it's going to get harder. Okay? There's a lot of people that are going to stop you. So just relax. I feel you tense. Just relax, buddy.
The wrong person. This is why men don't belong in women's fitting rooms.
Wow.
Yep.
Damn right.
By the way, the guy doing commentary, can't he do something else?
Yeah, why don't you help the lady out?
I was just going to say.
He was holding the dude's legs while she had him in the headlock.
I get you.
And then somebody else is, briefly see somebody else is actually holding his hands as well.
Yeah.
So she just has the headlock on, and then somebody.
I'm waiting for the figure 4, though. She didn't go quite that far. The figure 4 leg lock.
And then did you hear her also say, "I've been training"?
Yes.
Yeah. Good for these females.
Yeah.
We need more of this. And so
I could do that.
So with the way that whole scenario played out for the super left wingers out there, was anything there transphobic or homophobic or
no.
hate filled, or was that just a chick whipping some dude who was a pervert?
I'm sure the guy will sue. The guy who went into the ladies'
I was
dressing
just gonna
room
say that.
will sue Nordstrom and put them out of business, like most of the other companies that are going out of business.
100%. You're 100% right.
But this was white-on-white crime. I don't think the guy. I think the guy was just another white dude, wasn't he?
Yes.
I got to
But
say
he had,
this.
did he have Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle underwear on?
Underoos,
91
yeah.
S6ers says.
If we're gonna allow this crap to happen, where men can go in women's locker rooms and dressing rooms, I guess now women just need to get training to beat the crap out of them when they see them, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Has that expanded now to the fitting rooms in department stores?
who
I didn't know
knows?
that
Who
was a
knows?
thing.
Who knows? He can just,
Oh, absolutely.
That's been going on forever.
He can just claim that he's a protected class. And
No, I was.
Tony's
I
right.
was
They
in a
can,
dressing room. I mean, thank God they have the individual cubicles.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I was in a dressing room not too awfully long ago, and there was a trans man in there.
But do they? Because I don't go to like department stores anymore and try on 15 things. I just usually buy my stuff offline nowadays. But do they have gender specific fitting rooms, or are they just generic? Like I remember back in the day, it would say like vacant or in use on the doorknob.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I didn't know that they
men's and
had.
women's.
Oh, is there?
Okay, I didn't know that.
There's men's and women's, but obviously that doesn't make a difference anymore.
No.
But then there's individual cubicles that you go into.
But I don't think this guy was trans. This guy was a creeper. He was
Yeah.
in there trying to
Oh,
videotape
yeah.
women taking their clothes and changing.
Yeah.
But
And
he
again,
was-
Robin takes 16 things in when she goes into the. And remember, those were closed from the pandemic. They just started reopening those dressing rooms for people to go in and try stuff. I just take my shirt off like in Costco or Sam's Club and put a T-shirt on, take my shirt off, try it, and then if it doesn't fit, you don't
Put it
even
back.
need dressing
But-
rooms
To the
anymore.
joy of all the people surrounding.
By the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, you can see Tony's a shirt that says "Crumb Bum" on it.
You're a creep.
Looks great.
Crumb Bum.
Looks like that's a great shirt you have, by the way.
It is.
Thank you.
Especially
Yes,
with
those are going to be available on Tony's website.
On the
Oh.
merch. We got to get merch.
Oh, nice, Tony going the merch route. I like it.
I got to have merch. I got to build a house.
Nick, do you remember last week or a week before? I don't remember when we played that protester who was on the hunger strike, who was like, I'm immunocompromised.
My
And
sugar's low.
We were discussing why all of these protesters seem to fit the same image, and they're all immunocompromised. They're all wearing masks. They all kind of have a same look to them.
They do.
Well, while we have people on the YouTube chat to view, if you want to put this up, Phil, this is cut 3 in 1 second here. This is, cut 4. This was a protest outside of Google's conference, and they were protesting, what's going on in Gaza. And here, cut 4, Phil, if you want to right now, go. And you have to wonder why. You have to wonder why all these protesters seem to look like this. It's just that they're all in masks. They're like they're overweight.
Yep, pale,
Slightly overweight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
Like-
this fat shaming?
No, but it's just like
dyed hair.
When you see this woman at the end,
Fake blood.
she's on a scooter. She has a giant pouch.
Yeah.
Let me just be nice. She has a giant pouch. Just
That's more than a pouch.
yeah.
Maybe this is their exercise. Maybe this is the new physical fitness regimen.
But
you know, this goes back to Nick's opening statement, where he was talking about how the youth of today, that boys are leaning more conservative
Yep.
and girls are leaning more liberal.
Yep.
This is why young men are leaning conservative, because conservative girls still look pretty.
Yes.
They're leaving. They're like these liberal chicks, man. Never mind. I'm going that way.
Robin, are you saying purple hair and green glasses and as Tony said, or whoever said, Stalker said, a pouch? You're telling me that's not an attractive look on the OnlyFans.com?
I have another word I wanted to say, but unfortunately I don't want.
Let me just give one generic wouldn't.
No,
Wouldn't.
no.
Would
But
or
they
wouldn't?
all they're all
No, wouldn't.
they're all
Would not.
pasty. They're all pasty. They look like they
Yeah.
haven't showered. It's just
When you spend your day sitting on your bed posting TikTok videos, pondering your identity, you're not going to get much vitamin D.
But I just feel like it's a generation of kids, and I know you did your big take on this because I was listening to it as I was stuck in traffic. It's just we're raising this generation of kids who just they're all sickly and just it's so depressing. Get out and get some sun and stop worrying about what's going on.
If
in
you're
the
going to
world.
protest, don't move around. Move. Let's move. Remember Michelle Obama? Let's move.
Let's
get them all to exercise.
Yeah.
Going out in the sun is nice as long as you wear sunscreen. But how about moving around a little bit?
Absolutely.
Sitting in mobility chairs, protesting and putting fake blood on you is not really going to help your cardiovascular situation.
So
you're not going to be like that woman in the Nordstrom Rack dressing room.
Right.
You're not going to be able to put anybody in. You can sit on somebody maybe and hold them until the police come. But you're not going to get somebody in a headlock like that woman.
Yeah,
Carissa Desiderio saying, why are they all so fat when they're all vegan?
Oh, boy.
Well, you still eat carbs when you're vegan, right?
Boy.
Yeah.
I'm glad a woman said that because they were mostly women. And when women can talk about other women's weight and age, then we're okay.
Yes. And Jennifer Lewis is checking in after watching that Google Gaza video.
I know what mental illness looks like.
Well, and it's interesting to me. We were talking about TikTok and whether it should be banned or not. And I don't know if you've ever seen the difference between American TikTok and Chinese TikTok. What they allow, it's the same company. It's just named something slightly different. What they allow their children to see over there is totally different than what is being fed to our kids over here.
Yeah.
And a lot of it there's exercising, there's dancing. It's all positive stuff.
Yeah.
It's science.
And they're taught in classes. I'm sure you guys have seen this. There's the viral video that made its way to Twitter from TikTok where Chinese students or kids in classrooms are learning how to load guns. Have you seen that? I mean, we're worried about identity politics and pronouns, and the Chinese are teaching their children how to load a firearm. It's unbelievable.
Last night on Out Front, I was going to say Outkick, Out Front with Aaron Burnett, Stormy Daniels' husband. I don't know if this guy's ever done an interview, but I'm just...
Isn't she the one who interviewed Joe Biden?
Yes. She is. Yes, you're correct.
Did she know what the unemployment rate was and all the other facts that she didn't know when she was interviewing Joe Biden?
Oh, you mean with the 9% inflation that he repeated yesterday, even though it's a giant lie?
Yeah.
It was fact-checked by her own network, by the way. So Stormy Daniels' husband was on with Aaron Burnett last night.
Was this an exclusive CNN interview?
I believe so. Well, let me ask you guys a question.
Go ahead.
Miss Robin, if you want to cover your ears for a second, this is
earmuffs.
This might be a sexist comment. Guys, if you know so many guys have been there, would you have?
Well.
I mean, come on.
It's a loaded question.
No, but you know what I mean. She's a porn star.
Yeah. And you're going to, with all due respect to the 45th president of the United States, I'm not sure I want to go anywhere after he's dead. I'm not really into the sloppy you-know-whats.
Sloppy seconds.
Yeah, the sloppy seconds. But,
sloppy hundreds.
Yeah, thousands. Exactly.
I wouldn't go thousands. I'd go hundreds. Come on.
Tony's staying on the conservative end of things here.
By the way, I don't need to cover my ears. I have been in many, many locker rooms.
Yeah.
So
Robin will put you in a
been with
headlock.
porn. Robin's been around some of the biggest porn stars on earth.
True.
At parties and stuff. So come
on. You guys were West Coast popularity 10 years ago.
Man.
Look, Pete, you do you. If that's what you want to do, marrying a porn star. But I just feel like, oof.
Depends. What's her salary?
I was in love with a stripper once, but that stuff happens.
It does. Cut 17, Phil. Go.
What have we done today?
Today?
What have we done?
Nothing. I mean, but when you play that, it just if people didn't know who she was, right? If they didn't know her as Stormy Daniels, it's just the normal side of life that most people know, but certainly they haven't seen her in that context before.
Oh yes.
So in this context, when you talk about people not knowing,
we've just seen her on all fours.
What do you want people to really know about who she is, and what the biggest misperception is out there that people still have of her?
I mean, I want people to know that she's a brilliant mother. She's a great partner.
Yeah.
She's very talented. She's a brilliant writer, director. I mean,
wow.
The list goes on and on.
She writes my big take.
what people don't know, like, I think everyone thinks this is that like Democrats are funding this whole thing or some crazy stuff like that. But, like she's doing all of this because she's doing what she feels is right for this country and for the people in this country and for the future of her daughter. And I think most people think that she's doing this for money. Like, she ain't rich. We ain't rich. We don't have millions of dollars. We don't. In fact, even to do the case, she had to come out of her own pocket to fly up there, get a hotel, her own food. Now, I'm sure they'll reimburse her at some point, but no one's fronting the bills for any of this stuff. This is all her fighting for what she believes is right and telling the truth. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. I think there's a lot that believe what the media feeds them, and they believe the lies, and nobody fact checks anymore. Everyone hides behind their digital wall and believes what they're told. And it's a scary state in our country right now. It's very, very scary.
Can you imagine the intellectual conversations by that guy and Stormy Daniels?
Oh my God, make my head explode.
my
You think Twitter's a cesspool of stupidity? Imagine being a
And it's
fly on the
interesting.
wall
He
in
says
that
nobody
house.
fact checks. Well, they just fact checked him, not him. They just fact checked Stormy Daniels on Bill Maher's show, where she said in 2018 on an interview with Bill Maher, after she said she had sex with him, she said it wasn't a Me Too thing, wasn't doing it for money. Now all of a sudden, by the way, she still owes Trump money. Didn't she lose?
Yes.
Michael Avenatti took money from her. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Think about that stooge. Well, stooge is the word of the day here, thanks to Aaron Rodgers on the show today with the Tucker Carlson clip. But this guy's coming out here making it sound like his wife's trying to be a bastion of saving democracy and doing what's right for her daughter down the road. Oh, so you get $130,000 to keep your mouth closed.
Yep.
Then you violate a non-disclosure agreement, and then you're sharing stuff like, well, Trump brings Old Spice and Pert Plus shampoo. What are you talking about saving democracy, Stormy Daniels? And then I think, do you have more of that, Greg? Because I don't want to steal your thunder if you do, because I know he says something else that's kind of ridiculous, so I'll just wait for that.
She says, I don't know if we're talking about the same clip, but this is Cut 18, Phil, where he says, the biggest heartbreak is that I don't see anyone fighting for her.
Okay.
This is Cut 18, Phil,
Go through that people don't realize, I guess, for example, everybody has their agenda for her at this point, and I don't see people fighting back for her. For instance, E. Jean Carroll, although we're super happy that everything that happened for her happened, Stormy opened the door, but Stormy got sued for the exact same two comments, and she ended up getting legal fees she's got to pay for, but no one wants to help her with that. Or the women's groups, she fights for women's groups all day long. And I don't see anyone doing GoFundMes to try to help with her legal fees and to help her out. And Michael Avenatti, he did a GoFundMe to try to help her, and then he ended up stealing all her money. There's a list that goes on and on and on and on. And she donated to the hurricane relief in Louisiana. She does all these great things, and no one comes back and helps her out. So that's the biggest heartbreak, I think, out of everything that's going on right now, is that she's fighting for everybody and no one's fighting for her. And that's what makes me the most upset about all of this situation.
She's fighting for everybody.
Yeah, Tony, if you saw the picture there, both of them at the Cowboys game wearing Cowboys hats.
I know. That's another reason why she should leave the country. Be forced to leave the country. By the way, you see the guy's name? Barrett Blade. So you know he was a porn star guy.
As well.
He's probably the last guy she did a film with. And then he hooks up with her, and then he's out there speaking on her behalf, talking about how she has no money.
Yet you see that all the photographs that they posted were from places traveling all over the world.
Exactly, yeah.
Like these beautiful ones. There was
Machu
one in Venice.
Picchu. They were at Tulum and all the other great Mayan ruins, which I've traveled back in the day.
That's not cheap.
By the way, too, Stormy Daniels' husband also went on to say that if Trump is found not guilty, quote, they will vacate this country. So here's what I want you to do, Mr.
We'll get a GoFundMe so they can vacate the country.
Yeah, Mr. Blade, Stephanie Clifford, Barrett Blade, Barrett Media. All of you can get the hell out of this country for all I care. These are the same people that say, well, if Trump gets reelected, I'm moving to Fiji. Good, go. I'll bubble wrap you myself. Just leave. I'm so tired of these people that act like Trump being president or Trump maintaining his freedom is all of a sudden going to change your world. God, these people are so overly dramatic. It's nauseating.
And Erin Burnett, did she grill him, or did she just let him go on and on and on?
That's my question too. Is like
she let Biden go off on multiple lies, which she could have fact checked, and then she's letting a. No, Barrett Blade was not on the '97 Phillies. Come on, that's not the same guy.
Tony deserves a ding, 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 though,
For what?
because Barrett Blade, born California, he is a pornographic actor and director.
Boom. There we go.
He was first married to porn actress Kirsten Price.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
then divorced, and
Yeah, of
you know
course.
he apparently has a certain look.
And he paints his nails. Go away.
Wait a minute, why is Eric DeFebo saying, "Oh my God, Bruno, shut up"? For what?
Eric, this is a talk show, buddy.
Yeah.
We're
Shut up, there's dead air.
Tony, I'll never forget.
We're paying him right now to talk.
Stalker reads one of the hate tweets. He's like, "Tell Nick to shut up. He talks too much."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Oh, okay,
We're a talk show.
It's a talk show, genius."
My lord. Oh, Jesus.
Maybe
Listen, I know a lot of porn stars and their husbands. For example, the Tito Ortiz, who now lives here in Southwest Florida, he was married to Jenna Jameson.
Yeah.
You talk about, a lot of these porn stars get married.
Sure.
Because they like to go home to somebody after they go home from a day of being with everybody. You know what I mean? No porn star or porn star guy wants to go home alone.
They have to
You know what I
kind of
mean?
be with somebody in the business, don't they, to understand, right? Because
Absolutely. I would think so, yeah. Absolutely.
No normal guy wants to say, "Hey, you feeling
Well, I think
whatever
a guy
tonight?"
that, you see this a lot, where a guy will marry a stripper or a porn star that's a normal guy, and after a little while, it starts to get to them.
Yeah,
right.
Of course.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not trying to slut shame or anything. Like I don't get.
No.
You do you. Like if you want to be go at it. I have no problem with that industry whatsoever. I have no problem with a stripper or whatever. I'm just saying that as a guy, I wouldn't want to be married to somebody. Like that. That's all I'm saying.
How about Erin Burnett on CNN bringing on the porn star's husband?
I know.
Is this CNN's new attempt to relaunch and rebrand
Yeah,
their
I know.
network?
I know.
Let's be a little edgy. Let's bring on a porn star's husband.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
While on The View, Robert De Niro went on an unhinged rant about Trump and his supporters. He's just tarnishing his legacy.
And as you said,
he's not. He's just
a little
he's
overrated,
just-
right?
Yeah. Tony, I know you're probably going to disagree with me.
What?
I think Robert De Niro is an overrated actor.
Oh, absolutely. He is. He went from great actor. No, actually, Gutfeld had a great line last night talking about they played the clip of the De Niro on The View.
Yeah.
And he said that them playing the clip had more views than the movies that he's seen, that people who've seen his last 5 movies.
True.
Well, 100,000 people didn't go. And De Niro, obviously, he still gets roles in movies, and he was a great actor. And again, if you like him, you like him. And don't, I think the guy's nuts. He's now the guy, and he's the character in Taxi Driver in real life.
I know.
I've always thought Pacino was better than De Niro, but some people
You
disagree
talking to
with
me?
that. Yeah.
You talking to me?
Here's the thing about this is that when
That's
I say
the real
this,
De Niro.
When I say this, people say, "Oh, it's just because of his political stance." I could care less about it. Honestly, I don't care who you vote for. I don't care if you trash Trump. I don't care if you praise Trump. If you're a good actor, you're a good actor. I'm just saying that every role he's had since 1980 has been kind of the same. Kind of the same character. He's been in great movies, but he's also been in movies, directed and produced by Martin Scorsese. So of course they were going to be good movies.
Yeah.
All right. This is cut 21. Phil, go.
Well, I think I don't understand why people are not taking him seriously, because you read about it historically in other countries that they didn't take the people seriously. I think Hitler, Mussolini, but they're fools and clowns. Well, there will be, and I hear it. There's some people. I mean, who does not think that this guy is going to do exactly what he says he's going to do?
Right.
He's done it already. And then what? We're going to sit around and say, what? We told you so? Or whoever, I told you so? It's going to happen. If he gets elected, it's going to change this country for everybody. And they might think that it's going to make their life better. Or they just want to, excuse my French.
Yeah, excuse your French while he catches his breath. Oh, they beeped it out?
Yeah.
People
Yeah.
who support him with anger and hate, because that's what he's about, they're going to see. I mean, I used to see these things. I didn't understand how he and Rosie O'Donnell used to get it. Didn't really care.
Yeah.
I see what a hateful, mean-spirited, awful thing he is.
He was vicious to her.
He's vicious. And why will he not do that in this country? He's already done it.
Yeah.
Why would he not?
Really?
When I say I want to punch him in the face, it's because what he said to a person, a bystander or somebody in one of his rallies, he wants to punch him in the face. You don't talk that way to people. What kind of person does that?
Didn't he say he
Joe
wants to
Biden?
punch him in the face? Yeah.
Yeah. He really thinks he's like this big mobster tough guy. Like you talk about him being typecasted and being the same guy in every movie. He's actually like tried to actually portray that like he's some like tough guy mobster in real life. Like I mean I don't want to see two 80-year-olds fight, but I'm not sure that he would punch Trump in the face and get away with it. But
By the way, did he not realize that Trump was the president for 4 years?
I know.
And then now Biden's been the president for 3.5 years.
They actually believe that if Trump, this is the scary part of it, that some people believe the rhetoric and the hyperbole that the talking heads dish out, that if Trump gets reelected, that's the last election we'll ever have. He will stay in office until he dies, and then Barron will inherit the throne. Like, there's actually some warped people out there that actually believe this stuff.
Well, now more people now have seen The View because we played the clip of De Niro on this show than men sitting at home actually watching The View.
That's a good point.
People are requesting, please never play the View clips
I'm
ever
sorry.
again.
I apologize. How about this? Would you guys like to hear Tony Blinken performing "Rockin' in the Free World"?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Because there's a guy now who won't send money to Israel, but he jumps on a plane and goes to Kiev. Obviously safer than Philadelphia, safer than L.A., San Francisco, safer than any country or any city in America. Where does he go? He takes another $80 million, hand delivers it to Zelensky, and then he gets into a club and rocks out with a local band while the war is raging.
Do it.
What an absolute moron.
Cut 8, Phil. Go.
Come on. Everybody stand up.
Yeah.
Nothing like going into a war zone and rocking it out as a guitar hero.
Live on C-SPAN, baby.
Wow. Can you imagine?
Blinken and nod. Yes, MGM guy. Blinken and nod.
Look at that. Does he know the words? Does he have a prompter?
I don't know.
This is brutal. This administration is
so
just
this guy
laughable.
goes there, rocks out in a club in Kiev,
He does.
and then the next day looking like a battered performer because he stayed out all night drinking, the stuff that we're sending over there so they can all drink and buy mansions and stuff. You notice we never see scenes from the war zones in Kiev. We used to see scenes in 1968 in Vietnam with film that had to be taken back and processed and was on the news. Do you see any live coverage of the war?
No.
Yeah, that's a good point.
No, we don't even see the kid that was over there for like 2 years from Fox. I forget his name now, but he was great. Trey Yingst was stationed for Fox. You don't even see from him anymore.
So he has to go over there because they need the equipment now. They need another $80 billion to fight this war because they'll win this war eventually, but we have to get them the equipment now. Meanwhile, the day before, he's telling Israel, you know what, we're not going to be able to send you that equipment because we don't think it's right.
Yeah, I was just thinking this as well. And Phil Almquist, if you've already produced your Today in Music History, you might have to make an addition or an edit. We might need to have Phil give a score on Anthony Blinken's performance there.
Oh, yeah.
As the music aficionado of this show with Stalker.
Well, I mean, he didn't do the Neil Young solo. That was the guy standing next to him. So he was just kind of playing rhythm guitar.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
And by the way,
I would have been more impressed if he did the Neil Young solo.
Okay.
Where do they find a club in Kiev where he can grab a guitar and go up there while the war's going on?
Kazan, hello.
That's a good point.
Have you seen the videos, though, of Kiev? I mean, you look at the streets, everybody's just walking around.
Yeah, the
just
bars
normal.
are rocking. I mean, you can't go out in San Francisco or L.A. now. Their metro subway system, there's people being slaughtered every day.
Yeah.
And this guy's in Kiev rocking in a club.
Yeah, it's like a honky tonk in Nashville, Tony. Just having a good old time.
The worst videos, the most action videos out of Ukraine that happened was for Easter when they were arresting people for going to church.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
And then he also said, I don't know if you have another cut of him. He also said that there shouldn't be elections in Ukraine until the war is over.
Oh.
So now they want to interfere in the elections in Ukraine because Zelensky's telling everybody, stay home, don't vote, so I can stay in power. How is that not interfering in another country's election?
Aren't they doing the opposite in Israel? Aren't they saying that that what's his name?
They want Bibi out.
Bibi Netanyahu should step down. Yeah. I mean, Chuck Schumer pretty much said so, didn't he?
Yeah. By the way, when did everybody start dubbing him just BB? I always just called him Benjamin Netanyahu. It's like BB become
That's
like
what
a
his
new
friends call him.
Yeah.
That's what his friends call him.
That's his
Conversation
nickname.
with BB.
It's from Penn days when he was out at Penn, when Penn was actually a legitimate school.
Speaking of The View and the Trump hush money trial, Sonny Hostin on The View suggests that there are too many white people in the courtroom.
Too many white people in the courtroom.
Because we can't have anything nice. This is why everything has to be delegated to race. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Sonny was she was sitting there. So what did you hear, Sonny?
I was in the courtroom again.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. What I want to do is give a little color to the courtroom because a lot of people are.
Redo that.
No. Little color. I mean that literally and figuratively.
There it is. Too many white people in the courtroom.
Let me ask you something. Now, if you're an attorney and she has a law degree from Notre Dame, if you're the prosecutor or the defense and you're trying to get your jury to be sympathetic to your case, maybe you try to get a black person on the jury or something. But who walks into a courtroom as a media observer and kind of surveys the landscape and says, you know what, I see 39 people in here, and 38 of them are white. It's not diverse enough for me. These people that view everything through the prism of race are psychotic.
Yep.
It's
and
not
she's
even,
a lawyer.
Yes.
You know what there's too much of on that show? Earrings. How many damn earrings does she have? Again, not my style to criticize people's appearances because I'm not exactly the prettiest boy in the world, but that's unbelievable how chic. And then she's telling the audience, "Oh, thank you. Yeah. I was there. Yeah, I was there again."
Well,
what a hero, huh?
It's like, when you go to a ball game, you're excited. I mean, I get to see so-and-so's final game or whatever it is. This is their victory lap. This is their pound of flesh. They just want to be in the in crowd to say, I was there when Donald Trump was prosecuted.
Yep.
That's the level of Trump derangement syndrome that some of these people live their lives with.
One more before we have to break. We played commencement speeches from Jerry Seinfeld, from who else did we play yesterday? The kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, and the media went after him, too.
I know.
Harrison Butker.
Justice Alito was the commencement speaker, and he warns of threats to freedom of speech. Support for freedom of speech is declining dangerously. Good words by Justice Alito. Cut 12, Phil, go.
Right now, in the world outside this beautiful campus, troubled waters are slamming against some of our most fundamental principles. Support for freedom of speech is declining dangerously, especially where it should find broadest and widest acceptance. In a book called The Idea of the University, St. John Henry Newman saw the university as a place for reasoned debate. Today, very few colleges live up to that ideal. This place is one of the few that does, and you are very fortunate to have had that experience. Religious liberty is also threatened. When you venture out into the world, you may find yourself in a job or a community or a social setting where you will be pressured to endorse ideas you don't believe or to abandon core beliefs. It will be up to you to stand firm, and as Bishop Caggiano said last night, it will be up to you to speak out.
That was at a Catholic college in Ohio.
Yeah, it's really well said. It's amazing.
Sammy Alito, of course, he's been there for a long time. He's obviously Catholic and conservative. and they hate him because he's Catholic and conservative.
The biggest hypocrisy of everything that comes out of the mouth of the left is they talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and everybody should be able to this, that, and the other thing. But it's amazing is they want to stifle free speech, and they only want to provide one school of thought or one way of thinking or one set of beliefs, and then they shun you. So you're totally shooting yourself in the foot. You're being very hypocritical. And then on top of it is, like, there are opinions and there are facts. But I love how a lot of, especially in the LGBTQ plus IANNCP community, with all the letters attached to it and all the symbols, like, it's my truth. It's like, okay, you want to have your truth, you want to have your beliefs, that's fine. But then be reciprocal and allow everybody else to have their truth and their beliefs. But they don't do that.
Nadine Hughes on the chat says, why do people think that political rhetoric is fitting for a graduation speech? Political rhetoric, he's a Supreme Court justice talking about what he sees in college campuses, which is happening right now, which is where free speech is pretty much non-existent for the most part, right?
You know, you're exactly right. College, I thought 20, 30, 40 years ago, I was told that college is where you go to expand your mind and hear other viewpoints and challenge beliefs and debate and get out there and have these conversations and these dialogues on free speech. And now it's just, especially in the Ivy Leagues, I mean, my God. I mean, we've given you the stats. It's 97% liberal at all these, super expensive elitist institutions. So there you go. How about that? It's 8:53.
I know.
An hour and 8 minutes.
That's how we roll here, guys. That's how we roll.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I'm waiting for Cut Sheet the musical. Who's going to write Cut Sheet the musical?
Get that
It'll
drop,
probably
boys.
do better than Hillary's musical. You see that? That thing bombed in its first weekend.
Oh, man. Wow. All right. 855.
Suffs. It's called suffs, not suffragettes.
Yeah.
Suffs.
I was just shocked.
Not
I mean,
sup.
I really thought it was just
Time sup, Hillary.
It's going to be fantastic.
Time's up on the 8 o'clock hour as well. We'll come back. Final hour on the way. We've seen here in Philadelphia with Kensington, the camps and the open drug market, things like that going by the wayside. But San Francisco, they said, you know what? Have another one. We'll get to those details on the other side. Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour is coming up next.
This is the absolute worst time of year to be dealing with joint pain because the weather is breaking. Everybody's getting out today, whether it's golfing, going out, jogging, working out. And that joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do. Am I right here? If you're tired of those achy joints, I want you to call my friends at QC Kinetics before you ever agree to things like surgery or steroids or medications. Patrick loves to golf like our own Nick Kayal, although Patrick definitely wears his sunscreen. Patrick couldn't even walk because of that horrible knee pain. But after his QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his knees, Patrick is back and has the best handicap he's seen in 15 years. How does that sound? I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Get that free consultation, 215-999-3000. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
You know, this is the absolute worst time of year to be dealing with joint pain because the weather is breaking. Everybody's getting out today, whether it's golfing, going out, jogging, working out, and that joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love to do. Am I right here? If you're tired of those achy joints, I want you to call my friends at QC Kinetics before you ever agree to things like surgery or steroids or medications. Patrick loves to golf like our own Nick Kayal, although Patrick definitely wears his sunscreen. Patrick couldn't even walk because of that horrible knee pain. But after his QC Kinetics regenerative treatments for his knees, Patrick is back and has the best handicap he's seen in 15 years. How does that sound? I'd love to be talking about your story next, where you were able to get lasting relief, no downtime. Don't wait to call QC Kinetics 215-999-3000. Get that free consultation, 999-3000. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
We'll do it live.
Yeah, baby, doing it live. 9 o'clock hour underway. Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, Greg Stocker. Dawn still under the weather as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. If you missed any of the first 3 hours, I don't know where you have been, but we start at 6 a.m., as one man famously said. A lot of good stuff you can catch up on with the Rewind feature on the app. The big take this morning on Gen Z and the future of America. Former Eagle Jason Kelce hired by ESPN. We got into Joe Biden and his polling denial, as well as the latest testimony from Michael Cohen in the Donald Trump, Alvin Bragg, Stormy Daniels case in New York. And, of course, also talking retirement as Americans looking to retire sooner than ever here in this country. You can get all of that if you missed it on the free Odyssey app. Still coming up this hour, we have our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20, the cut sheet part due, music history today, all sorts of goodies. But this is some breaking news that has just happened within the last half hour as we were in the cut sheet. Donald Trump is agreeing now and has accepted Joe Biden's debate offer. This is on Fox News right now and also foxnews.com. The headline says Trump accepts Biden's offer to debate him in June and in September.
June?
Yes. I mean, I'm looking at the calendar. It's
Wow.
May 15th, so let me see if I can get some of the specifics as far as dates go. But it looks like we're probably about a month out, give or take, from the first debate. I know RFK has been tossing around the idea of challenging Trump to a debate in a libertarian setting. I would like to see, honestly, Biden, Trump, and RFK all debate in a three-way debate. But we'll see. But it looks like Trump has agreed, and we'll get you further details as we continue. But I got to imagine, Tony, Trump is salivating at the bit, chomping at the bit to get into a debate setting with Joe Biden, who can't string together a sentence.
Yes, absolutely. And remember, it was Trump who was the first one who said, I want to debate him anytime, anywhere. So obviously the pressure is mounting on Biden's people. And remember, just last week they were saying they want to try to keep Joe Biden away from the public. They don't want to put him in a situation where he has to read things, you know. And remember, that was their administration's own admission that they have to keep him away. And now, because of the polls and the denials, I think that they realize that he's got to go out there. So expect those two dates to have the big bags walking around. You know, his entourage. They have all those bags with all the juice and stuff that they have to pump him up with. You know what I mean?
And also in case he poops his pants. You know, I mean, we've seen him do that. It was the Tootsie Pop, as our buddy Sean Ferrer said when he was in front of the Pope. So we'll see. June and September, you know, I think a lot of people were like, yeah, I'll check back in because, you know, for the reality is most people don't consume and obsess over the day-to-day political grind like we do in this format, or the, you know, the hardcore listeners that we have that listen all 4 hours a day. And, you know, people are probably like, all right, the weather's ready to break, Memorial Day, the unofficial start to summer. You know, I'll check out and then I'll get ready for it starting in September. But now it looks like, according to Fox News, it will happen in June and in September. All right, I've got the story here. It says the following. Former President Donald Trump has accepted Joe Biden's offer to debate him on television in June and September. The proposal was outlined by the Biden-Harris campaign in a letter to the Bipartisan Commission on Presidential Debates just this morning, Wednesday morning. It abandoned the decades-old tradition of 3 fall meetings organized by the Debate Commission. And here's a quote. Quote, "Crooked Joe Biden is the worst debater I have ever faced. He can't put 2 sentences together. Crooked Joe is also the worst president in the history of the U.S. by far." Trump saying it's time for a debate to take place, even if it has to be held through the offices of the Commission on Presidential Debates. So there you have it. It looks like we're going to get it. They're going to get into the ring before the summer really cranks up. I'm all for that.
I'll believe this when I see it.
You don't think it's going to happen?
No.
Really?
No. I don't think that it's going to be I don't think they're going to debate at all, honestly. I don't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Trump says, quote, "I'm ready to go. The dates that they have proposed are fine. Anywhere, anytime, any place. Let me see if Joe can make it to stand at the podium himself. The proposed," and this is Trump's quote, "the proposed June and early September dates are fully acceptable to me. I will provide my own transportation." I imagine he would. I didn't think he was going to take Uber.
Transportation.
That's the best.
Well, wait. Isn't Barry Blade? Is he
Barry
complaining?
Blade, yeah.
Barry Blade, the
Blaze.
husband of Stormy Daniels,
Barrett.
will he provide the transportation as well?
Probably.
I mean, who's going to pay for that?
Barrett Blade. What a
The
name.
first debate is at Four Seasons Landscaping in the Philadelphia area. Remember that joint up off of 95?
Of course.
Controversial place, from the last election.
Yep.
Four Seasons Landscaping.
Yeah. Here's some of the other details to this story. A letter obtained by Fox News Digital, the Biden-Harris campaign proposed that the first date be in late June. Okay, so there we have details. So probably 5 or 6 weeks from now, after Trump's New York criminal trial is likely to be over, and after Biden returns from meeting with the world leaders at the G7 summit, a second presidential debate would occur in September prior to the beginning of early voting. The campaign proposed a vice presidential debate to occur in late July after the Republicans nominate their VP candidate. So if it's Doug Burgum, which a lot of people believe is the front runner right now, get ready for Doug Burgum to totally body bag Kamala Harris in a debate, who also is not a good debater by any stretch. The Biden
Now,
campaign.
I'm looking at the calendar, guys.
Yeah.
So, my birthday is on the 13th, by the way, if you want to get cash only, though. I don't want
Cash
you to get
only,
me.
yeah.
I don't, because I hate taking stuff back for
Yeah, I know.
size problems
Yeah,
and
me
that kind
too.
of stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Same here.
Anyway, so Flag Day is the 14th. That's a Friday. So Joe Biden could be going to Wilmington on Flag Day. Father's Day is the 16th. Juneteenth is June 19th, and then the first day of summer is June 20th. So those dates right now would be appropriate for me. So I want them to know that those dates are acceptable for me for the debate.
Well, let me
Except
check
my
my-
birthday. I don't want to watch a debate on the
Yeah.
Thursday.
Let me check my calendar here, see what I've got lined up. I'm all booked, Tone. Can they bump this to the fall? I need to go golfing in June. Why don't they just debate on Father's Day?
They should do a virtual debate. Do an AI debate.
Don't give them any ideas, Tony.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
They would love to go virtual again.
They should do it at Arlington during the as a lead-in to the Mike Tyson fight coming up, right?
With Jake Paul. Yeah.
With Jake Paul, yes. And Flag Day is Trump's birthday, Kimmy points out accurately.
Mm-hmm.
Flag Day and Trump's birthday.
Yeah.
Coincidence?
I'm putting my FanDuel money. By the way, FanDuel.com/Greg. I'm putting my FanDuel money on no debates.
No debates.
No debates.
Okay. On a serious note, I would say 2 things about this. Number one, I think it's obvious we all realize that Trump would destroy Biden in a debate, and I think Doug Burgum or any other VP candidate that Trump selects would win over Kamala Harris in a debate. But here's where you have to rein in the results of a debate impacting the election. Mehmet Oz against John Fetterman 2 Octobers ago was a complete beatdown. Fetterman, obviously dealing with a stroke, but so many people had already casted their vote. So many people had already made up their mind. Trump could dunk on Biden constantly, but it's not going to change most people's minds.
Yep.
So while we might consume it, talk about it, love it, find it entertaining, which all of it is, the reality is I don't think it really shifts many people one way or the other. I would argue probably 98 or 99% of people have already made up their minds, especially considering this is a rematch. So it'll be fun. I just don't know really what comes out of it other than sound bites and headlines for the most part.
Minnie wants to know from Greg Stocker, if he will allow everyone at WPHT to take Juneteenth off as a personal day.
Where are you? Hello. It is I do believe that it is a company holiday, yes. So if anybody here would like to take off that day, they are more than welcome to do that.
Can I take off July and August just in general?
No.
Oh, why? Sports radio guys bailing in for 2 months. Can't we take it off before the election?
No.
I need to be fully rested for September in the stretch run of the election, Greg.
No, I need you here. Now more than ever. This is a pivotal year. We all must be here.
Yes.
As Dawn is not, as I was a half hour late this morning. So
yes, indeed.
Do as I say, not as I do.
There you go.
I will not be available for the rest of the week. So today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah.
Victoria Day. I'll be back for Victoria Day in
Day,
Canada on Monday.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And say hi to Vicky for me while you're up there.
Vicky's an underrated name, by the way. It was my aunt's name.
I agree.
I love Vicky. All right. From Canada and debates to the Bay Area. This story's almost too good to be true. I teased this a couple of times. Let's get to this now. San Francisco is under fire for a program where they will now be giving booze to homeless alcoholics.
What?
That's just as egregious and illogical and stupid as open drug sites where you have people that are banged up on meth or heroin or trank or whatever else they were taking in Kensington and saying, hey, you know what? Instead of getting these people rehab and treatment and to detox and then maybe some career training so that they can provide for themselves and not be a drain on society, let's give them free drugs. Only in San Francisco could they come up with an idea this insane. In fact, by the way, I've never actually wanted to go to San Francisco more than now because I would love some free vodka myself. So I'm going to book a flight later today, and I'm going to head out to the Bay Area, hopefully scoop up some Tito's. I'll be back in time for tomorrow's show. But this is just wild. Tony, this is a $5 million
$5 million. Better be top shelf. If you're dropping $5 million.
That's right.
On afternoon cocktails and shots.
Yes.
Shot.
Yes.
Everybody. And, guess what's going to happen next?
Yeah.
Mayor Sherelle Parker in Philadelphia will say, hey, we just cleaned up K&A of all the drug addicts. Maybe instead of having more lethal injection sites or legal injection sites, maybe we should have happy hour now.
Hey,
for the down and out people.
I mean, this is like taking somebody that should be in a rehab facility for a gambling addiction and telling them, hey, tune in at 7:29. Greg Stocker's going to tell you about FanDuel. Probably not the best thing for that gambling addict to hear Greg talking about over-unders for the Knicks.
Oh, I get that all the time. I get people, as a former gambling addict, I don't like that you do FanDuel reads. I'm like, great, turn off the station then.
Yeah.
Don't listen.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna take that money.
Yeah. I mean,
sorry.
I get it. Addiction is a real thing, but also personal accountability and responsibility is a thing as well. And this is a $5 million pilot program where they are not only bringing in vodka shots, but also free beer, wine, and other alcoholic beverages.
Oh, I'm there.
So
now I'm there.
They're going to bring They're going to bring the whole PA Wine and Spirits store.
I'll only go if Nancy Pelosi pours the finest vodka that she has in her wine cellar and in her freezer with a ice cream freezer in the Bay Area.
Nancy Pelosi, your thoughts on this program?
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
Old Man Dudley asks, is it because that alcohol withdrawal can kill you? Is that the reasoning that they're doing this?
Well, I mean, can't you just, for $5 million, can't you take the people that are dealing with the withdrawal symptoms and get them the medical treatment in a detox center to make sure that they obviously...
I love how, look, I'm not trying to be insensitive here, but I love how your gluttony and your inability to control things becomes my problem.
And your cost.
And my cost.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I do have a heart. I know addiction is a real thing.
Yep.
I get it. I know people who've suffered from it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to undermine it.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that I didn't get you into this problem. You did.
Yes.
Solve it your freaking self.
Do you have this?
And nowhere in this program does it talk about detoxing at all.
No.
This is just, you can go here, you have a cot to, you can go and drink, and then when you pass out from being so drunk, they provide cots for you to sleep
Oh,
in.
my God.
That's what I do on a college football Saturday.
When I used to get drunk in the Mummers Parade on New Year's Day and start making out with random chicks on Broad Street at Broad and Morris, I did it once, and I was drunk, and I got thrown into a meat wagon and sent to jail. They took my belt away, and I sat in a prison cell all day until I sobered up.
Wow.
Now we're taking people who are drunks, and they're giving them more alcohol at happy hour.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only done at happy hour.
Can you imagine?
Fox spoke with a recovery addict by the name of Tom Wolfe, and he said, quote, "It's not a good idea, not when you consider the fact that over the last 4 years, San Francisco has already spent $20 million to basically service a total of a couple of 100 people by giving them free beer and vodka. For that amount of money, we could have funded 60 drug treatment beds instead."
Exactly.
Yeah. That's according to Tom Wolfe, founder of the Pacific Alliance for Prevention and Recovery.
Not former Governor Tom Wolfe of Pennsylvania.
That's correct.
Not that guy.
And just to highlight how absurd the Bay Area is, California in general, our old boss, Matt Nahigian, who now runs the Odyssey sports station in San Francisco, it's like the WIP of the Bay Area.
95.7 the game.
That's correct. He tweeted just a couple of days ago about how absurd it's getting. Let me read you this, because this hasn't anything to do with drug addiction or free booze. It's just the absurd life that you have to live in California. And Nahigian tweeted this. He goes, "Okay, I just walked into my store down the street, and I put a medium-sized bag of Doritos on the counter. The guy said $6.29. I said, 'Are you effing kidding me?' I put them back and walked out. Something has to give. This is getting completely out of hand." Tony Bruno, $6.29 for a medium-sized bag of Doritos in California.
Dude. Well, when you have your alcohol and your drugs for free, you got to pay for the perks. I mean, those should not be part of the deal.
Yeah.
Chips go. You can't have the government providing everything for you. Okay. And if you got munchies, and why does Matt have the munchies?
That's a good question.
He picked up Doritos?
Yeah, he picked up Doritos and he paid almost $7 for a bag.
Those things will kill you.
Those things will kill you. Yeah, if the gas prices don't get you first.
Yeah.
Wait, Matt Nahigian's just finding out that it's expensive to live in the Bay Area?
I was just going to say that. Come on, man.
He tweeted like a video like a year ago where he was like talking about how empty the streets are in San Francisco in the nice business section, because all those businesses are constantly looted and there's rioting and theft and all that stuff. And he's like, "I can't believe how empty these streets are." I'm like, dude, you got to start listening to Kayal and Company. We talk about your city once a week. Come on, man.
And then Gavin Newsom's out there every day just making a fool. He was out there yesterday with a little banner in front of him that said, "Treatment, not tents."
Yeah. Oh, God.
So to him, obviously, he wants to get people off the streets. But remember, they've spent like $90 billion and don't know where any of that money went.
Uh-huh.
And the homeless problem is worse than ever.
It is.
Yep. You could see there's a campaign ad from Gavin Newsom 15, 20 years ago that's on social media. You can find it, where he said he promised and vowed he was going to clean up the homeless crisis in San Francisco.
When he was the mayor of San Francisco, well before he became governor.
Yeah, that might have been the time when you were out in the Bay Area, Tony, living out that way, right? With Gary Radnich.
Yep.
The glory days.
And and then the other thing is that Gavin Newsom is part of the Pelosi family from Baltimore. So the Pelosi started in Baltimore and then moved to San Francisco, and then the Pelosi family became very big. And I've met Nancy Pelosi and her husband, so I've been around those people, and I never had any problems with them personally or anything else. And so now Gavin Newsom becomes governor, and these videos are resurfacing, and anytime he's asked about where did all the money go, you had a $100 billion surplus, and now you guys are like minus $95 billion. Where did it go? Right. And he doesn't have any answers. He just talks around and around and around.
No, you're right. But now you met the Pelosi's and you met Nancy's husband, but you never were in your underwear with a crowbar with him, right?
No, I did bring a hammer once, though.
Okay.
We had lunch.
That's what it was.
Just to be safe.
It was a hammer.
Sure
yeah.
It was hammer time. MC Hammer, of course, at the time was the bat boy for the Oakland A's, as you remember back in the day at Oaktown. And then 911 is a joke in Oaktown. Now Oaktown, unfortunately, is a joke no matter where it is. Whatever the area code is. Sad to say.
Yep. 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Turn 7. Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls. At both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers, everything must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry today. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall, Turn 7, closing liquidation, Turn 7. All right. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back, get to our morning mystery movie clip, and then we've got what's on the cut sheet part 2. And by the way, for the movie clip for the rest of the week, new prize for today, tomorrow, and Friday. We'll give you the details on that on the other side. Back after this. Stay right there.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. A 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyric SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Searches
open.
It's Kayal Company. Sing along time.
Sorry.
Stalker having a good old time behind the wheels of steel, as they like to say, on the other side of the glass. All those hokey radio phrases from the 1990s. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, they're in for Dawn this morning. We've got a great prize today, tomorrow, and on Friday for something we like to call and reward you with. It is the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Holiday for Columbus? He makes the wrong turn and wipes out an entire indigenous people. And you know what he was looking for?
I bet you're gonna tell me.
Gold. Supposedly for Queen Isabella, but don't think that the Medicis back in Italy didn't want a part of that action. And what did Italy need gold for? For the long-distance slave trade based in Venice. Venice. That's where this brings.
You were saying something? No, you were really on a roll there. Don't stop. I'm interested.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
How about this? You will get a pair of tickets to Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Alison Krauss, Maren Morris, and others at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. But if you are caller 12 right now at 855-839-1210, you will win those tickets if you can identify the movie clip that we just played for you. Best of luck. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. All right, so cut sheet's coming up in just about 7 or 8 minutes here, but I just do want to read this because I just found it was shared on Twitter because I'm not on Truth Social. I'll give you the full context of Donald Trump's Truth post in regards to accepting the challenge and the circumstances of Joe Biden and the debate. Trump Truth posted this just a few minutes ago. Crooked Joe Biden is the worst debater I have ever faced. He can't put two sentences together. Crooked is also, he doesn't even call him Joe here, he just calls him Crooked. Crooked is also the worst president in the history of the United States by far. It's time for a debate so that he can explain to the American people his highly destructive open border policy, new and ridiculous EV mandates, the allowance of crushing inflation, high taxes, and his really weak foreign policy, which is allowing the world to, quote, catch on fire. I am ready and willing to debate Crooked Joe at the two proposed times in June and September. I would strongly recommend more than 2 debates and, for excitement purposes, a very large venue, although Biden is supposedly afraid of crowds. That's only because he doesn't get them. Just tell me when, I'll be there. Let's get ready to rumble. He dropped in a little Michael Buffer, Tony Bruno.
Wow. Is he going to have to pay Michael Buffer now for saying that? By the way, interesting that Robert De Niro just heard that and his head exploded. He ran back to the View to get on again. There's how mean. Calling a guy crooked. How can he do that? Crooked.
He's going to
do
do
what
what
that
he
means?
says. Yes.
You know what that means? You know what he's saying? You know what he's going to do if he gets in and debates Joe Biden?
Kind of sound like the Macho Man there doing a Slim Jim commercial.
Oh, yeah.
Snap into a Slim Jim, brother. Let's get ready to rumble. Maybe we can dust off Judge Mills Lane and he can officiate this debate.
Let's get it on.
Yeah, where's Mills Lane at these days?
I think he's dead.
Is he really? I used to love that guy. All right, 9:30, we'll come back, get to Greg Stocker's What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, and see if we have our winner for our Morning Mystery Movie Clip. It's Nick, it's Bruno, it's Robin, it's Greg, it's Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy on Saturday, June 29th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
I heard you hired a CFO for your business. How did you afford that?
Easy. I hired Style CFO Services. They do everything a full-time CFO does. Cash flow forecasts, custom financial reports. Our profitability has skyrocketed. They even helped me get ready for our audit.
I bet they're really expensive.
You wouldn't believe how affordable they are. They will even do a 21-point assessment of your finances for free.
For free? How do I sign up?
Just go to stylescfo.com.
Stylescfo.com?
Yep, that's STILES, CFO.com.
Dawn's Stensland here. Spring is upon us, and there is no time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and more. Just visit them at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, or you can stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Rebates, and tax credits. This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Now is the time to replace that old heating and cooling equipment that you've been putting off replacing. Did you know that between PICO, the manufacturers, and federal tax credits, we can save you up to $3,800? Look, we know that replacing your HVAC equipment isn't cheap, so call our family-owned and run company and let our expertise in this area help you get high-efficiency, reliable equipment for a fair price. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call West.
Italian job. Yes, that is
Hey,
correct.
hey,
You've got the
hey.
I loved it.
tickets. You did love it. Well, that's good, Deborah. We're glad. I hope you love the prize. The prize is Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and more at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Congratulations. You got the tickets today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That
You
will be
are
fun.
so welcome, Deborah. Thank you very much for playing, and thank you for listening.
Did you call her dear?
I called her dear, yeah. You like
yeah,
that?
dear. That's an unused. That's what it means.
Yeah.
D-E-A-R, not
Yeah, not dear.
D-E-E-R.
Not D-
What's on the cut sheet?
I do. What's on the cut sheet part 2, sponsored by United Tire. If you drive a car, you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run. Get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Okay, we've been talking for most of the 9 o'clock hour about the Biden v. Trump debate. Did you guys know that there's audio?
Oh, I did not.
Oh, we have audio?
So Biden posted a video challenging Trump to debate.
Oh.
Where he basically said, make my day, pal, like he's Clint freaking Eastwood.
He's the dude.
How many takes? It wasn't live, right? I'm sure it was like,
well,
they
no.
spent like 2 days filming it.
Thank you, Tony Bruno. This is a 14-second clip, and you can definitely tell that it is heavily edited. As somebody who does this for a living, I can tell you that this is a heavily edited tape. This is
going to be good.
Cut 23, Phil, go.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. And since then, he hadn't shown up for debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. So let's pick the dates, Donald. I hear you're free on Wednesdays.
Oh, a little shot at his limited availability with courts as your weaponized DOJ has him tied up these days.
Wow.
So
how many takes, how many edits, and how long did that take to put together?
Is that a prop that you can wager on FanDuel Stalker? Over under of takes of Biden recording 14-second clips?
Wow.
So I don't know if he's Clint Eastwood or if he thinks he's John Wayne or anybody else. Maybe he was watching Hondo late at night last night and he's getting a little fired up. All right.
Wait, did he win the first 2 debates?
Did he?
We got to check with CNN to see whether that's the fact check is accurate on that one.
They didn't debate though, did they? Or did they?
What, in 2020?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course they debated.
It
feels
slipped
like
my mind.
Feels like 40 years ago, doesn't it?
Yeah,
I think that's when Joe had all the Jeeps in the circles down in Wilmington at
Yep.
that drive-in theater. Remember that campaign?
Yeah.
When he had Jeep vehicles parking in a parking lot,
Mhm.
separated by like 3 car lengths in between them during the pandemic.
You know, what's really amazing too is you're starting to see the level of animosity, and it goes both ways.
Oh,
Like I think if the gloves haven't come off yet, and a lot of people would say they have with all the court proceedings, just wait until we get through the summer and things ratchet up in the fall. The level of desperation from both sides to just pin the tail on the other one is going to be epic. There's not going to be a slow day anytime soon.
Paul Swanholm asked a great question. Didn't Trump challenge him first? Yes.
Yes.
He
Yes,
did.
Oh, yes, of course.
All right, so earlier this morning, I guess, Trump was on the Hugh Hewitt program, so dozens of people saw it, accepting...
Are you saying it's not as viral of an interview as the one that Dawn and I did last Friday?
No.
Okay, just checking.
He accepted Joe Biden's challenge because, Nick, to your point, he accepted him on this radio show, and they're quoting his Truth Social post.
Okay.
So, this is Cut 24. Phil, go.
Talk to you about the debate challenge. President Biden just issued you a debate challenge for June and September with the Veeps talking in July. Do you accept?
Oh, absolutely. I've been trying to get, he's issuing it. I wonder whether or not he shows up because, he also challenged me to golf. So I'm a very good golfer. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He said, I'll give him 3 aside. But he knows he'll never play. This is sort of like that, I think. But I hope not because I really think he has to debate. He might as well get it over with. Probably should do it early so that he can, he's not going to get any better.
No, but June and September is great.
It's a down factor for him.
June and September would be great if you can agree on the size of the table and the moderators.
Well, why don't you look at the statement? I just put out a statement. You should have it on your hot wires. You get everything. I notice you get things very quickly. I put it out on Truth, and Truth is the hottest thing right now by far.
I will go look that up. Let me move on.
Let me move on.
Move on.
I got to tell you, 2 things. Number one, I would love to see not only one debate, but 2. And I'd like to see one on a mainstream media outlet and one on Fox or Newsmax, or having Republicans or conservative commentators be kind of, the moderators. But at this point, honestly, he talks about golf. I'd rather see the 2 of them in a golf match.
I would, too.
I would gladly carry Trump's bag, and then we'll let Harry Mays carry Biden's bag, and we'll just loop around for 18 holes and watch the beatdown.
It's amazing.
I'll stick Harry on Joe's bag. I'm a jerk.
Peter,
I think Stormy should carry Joe's bag. Stormy's husband should carry Joe Biden's
Barrett
bag.
Blade, baby.
Barrett Blade, everybody.
Joe Biden, you said the other day, Nick, I think you did a big take on it about Joe Biden's swing state numbers and how they're all basically all down. Peter Ducey asked Karine Jean-Pierre about that yesterday. This is Cut 20. Phil, go.
Thanks, Karine. Why do you think Americans are so down on President Biden right now?
What do you mean?
I know you don't like to talk about polls like the Cleveland 6 swing states that he is losing right now to somebody who is a criminal defendant. But more broadly, it doesn't seem like anything you guys are doing is making him more popular. Why do you think that is?
So you mentioned a criminal defendant, your words, not mine. So I want to be super mindful about how I answer this question because obviously that criminal defendant is also in the race for 2024 election. So I'm going to be super mindful there. I will speak more broadly to what the American people are going through. Like we understand. We are sensitive enough and open-minded enough to understand that this is that not just this country but globally people have had to deal with a pandemic and coming out of that pandemic we understand that even you think about gas prices and because of Putin's war what that has occurred that led to gas prices increasing, and the president had a lot to deal with when he walked in, a lot of crises. And this is a president that took that very, very seriously and took action. The American Rescue Plan, no Republicans voted for that, but we ended up trying to work to get an economy that's fairer for all and make sure that we don't leave people behind, and creating 15 million jobs, an unemployment rate that's under 4%.
There you go.
You know what's amazing is when Trump was president and things were good, the credit, this is the way the left operates. These are the rules. You don't give the president credit for this, that, or the other thing. And then, oh, by the way, if things go bad, it's always Trump's fault. You know, it's raining out. Blame Donald Trump. Yet when we talk about the failed policies and the cost of living in this country now, they're going to cite Putin's war, which, oh, by the way, you keep funding by giving Zelensky the bag anytime he asks. And then also, you're sitting here and you're citing the pandemic. Let me pull out my count. Tony, it's May 15th of 2024. How much longer are we going to blame COVID for everything?
Well, until they get a new pandemic going, and they got bird flus, and they got all these other things floating around. Have you noticed? There's
camel flu,
camel toe, all the stuff
Camel's
flying around
hump.
out there. Yeah, camel humps, camel cigarettes, filtered and unfiltered.
Tony Bruno, because you smoked back in the day. I remember you telling me that. You weren't a Camel guy, were you?
No. I was a filtered guy. I was never. The one I tried one of those to wrap your own cigarettes, and then you rip the bottom of your lip off.
Yeah.
You know, and you even like people who smoke joints too. If you get a cigarette without a filter, even filters, and you put it on your bottom lip and you rip it off, it takes like a week to
You
heal.
have to have moist lips, otherwise it won't work. Yeah.
Moist lips sink ships. I think that was one of Stormy Daniels' biggest hits.
You want to pound it, and then do like a dry rub.
Boy, Dawn, not even here, and she's getting dropped. One more.
That's good.
One more before. One more before we have to break here. This is from Access Hollywood, not that tape.
Not that one?
No. Tom Brady didn't like how the Netflix roast affected his kids.
Oh.
And he said he wouldn't do it again.
Oh.
This is cut 22, Phil, go.
I loved when the jokes were about me. I thought they were so fun. I didn't like the way that it affected my kids.
Tom Brady isn't getting roasted again anytime soon. The former NFL quarterback recently...
Don't you love that voiceover?
Yeah.
Hello, this is...
Some regrets.
Sounds like AI.
Special, the roast of Tom Brady.
No, it sounds like every college
Yeah.
school-aged girl.
Yeah.
It's a little bit breathy.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your credit card.
And it's just like a little,
All right, here we go.
precious.
So it's the hardest part about like the bittersweet aspect of when you do something that you think is one way and then all of a sudden you realize I wouldn't do that again because of the way that it affected actually the people that I care about the most in the world.
The 7-time Super Bowl champ didn't elaborate on which jokes impacted his kids, but he did admit one good thing came from the roast.
It makes you in some ways a better parent going through it because again, sometimes you're naive, you don't know, or you get a little like, oh, you know, and like I said, I when I signed up for that, I love when people were making fun of me, and I wanted to do the roast because the guy Jeff Ross became someone that I knew, and then you don't see the full picture all the time. So I think it's a good lesson. Like for me as a parent, I'm going to be a better parent as I go forward because of it. And at the same time, I'm happy everyone who was there had a lot of fun, and I do think for me, just outside of let's say that, it always is good. Like if we're not laughing about things, we're crying. And I think we should have more fun. Like the guys, like what did we love? We loved laughing in the locker room.
You know, I watched about 2 hours and 40 minutes of that 3-hour roast. I don't recall any jokes or roasting of his children. Now, if he's referring to the jokes that were made about him and Giselle getting divorced, like, dude, like that's your kids are resilient. They're going to get over it. Yeah, Giselle was dating her karate trainer, and Tom Brady was doing his thing. They'll be just fine, Tom Brady. Don't get soft on us now. Come on.
Plus, he doesn't have to do another one of those things because he did it and he got $1 gazillion and he got a lot of publicity.
$25 million was his payday. $25
Why would he have to
million.
do another roast?
No. I'm seeing what he says, that his kids listening to that, hearing all the bad things that were said about both their father and their mother, and they
Wait a minute, his mother, who now has the kids half of the time, she's dating who?
She's with the karate guy that she was having an affair
karate
with.
guy. I guarantee you, those kids have heard much worse stuff in a karate studio.
No, I'm just saying, depending on the age of the children, they're not going to get that this is sarcasm, that this is comedy, that
Then he
this
shouldn't
is,
have done it then, because
he shouldn't have done it. He don't do it and then have, because a couple of your friends are like, oh, your kids, Tom, why? $25 million, boom, in the bank. And then he comes out and he has, who was the dude interviewing him, though? Because the chick was just doing a voiceover.
It's from the Pivot podcast.
The Pivot podcast. So he got $25 million. I think that's Ryan Clark's podcast, former NFL player. He got $25 million to do that?
He did.
Is that donated to charity or is that for him?
No, that's for him.
You could say anything to me for $25 million.
I'll tell you what.
I'll do it for $1 million. You can rip me all the time. You can have everybody on Twitter, on an account I don't have now, come after me. Come at me, bro.
Yeah.
And just give me $100,000 and
I was just going to
do
say,
anything.
I'll do a roast right now. You can torch me for 3 straight hours. I'll just take $25,000.
You know what he should have done,
I won't do it for
though?
anything less than 100.
This just goes to show that his parenting skills are lacking. Because if that had been presented to me or Tony, for that matter, I think both of us would have done the same thing. We'd have said, hell yeah, give us the money, and then you talk to your children ahead of time and say, this is what's going. Yes, you do.
Stop it.
Okay, well then you're a bad parent. I'm a good parent.
Yeah, I'm a bad parent.
I would have talked to my kids
All right,
ahead of time.
I'm the parent of this morning show, and we have to break.
Yes, kids, that's enough.
Enough fighting today, kids. Everybody's going to be all right. Now go into the corner, get a timeout.
And pay the stinking bills. Back after this.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
I'm Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have a certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia and the Barnes Foundation for a free virtual tour of an art exhibit on May 23rd. Sign up now at aarp.org/local.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:55 as we wrap up a Wednesday show. Lou Pate is in for Dawn, and Lou is coming up at the top of the hour, just about 4.5 minutes from now. All right, let's get to what we like to call, well, it was originally Today in Music History, but now it's just basically the Phil Almquist Spotlight. So let's see what Phil has cooked up for a Wednesday morning.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, Wednesday, May 15th, also known as NFL Schedule Release Day. Birthdays include Graham Goble from the Little River Band and Gary Thayne from Uriah Heep. Albums include Dio's Lock Up the Wolves from 90, great album. East Side Story by Squeeze from 82. Talk, Talk, Talk by the Psychedelic Furs, also from 82. And 21st Century Breakdown by Green Day in 2009. One notable single, Genesis released Paper Late in 82. Also in 82, Asia was number 1 on the album chart that year, and the same day, Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder were on top of the single chart with, of course, Ebony and Ivory. In 2011, Meat Loaf and Little John were eliminated 1 week before the season 11 finale of Celebrity Apprentice, which I know you were watching. But lastly, Nick, I realized most of the audience actually does not care about the 30-point Nick win last night. However, that same audience also doesn't care about a team working on their golf game right now. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Wow, he took a swipe at the Sixers.
Wow, look at that.
Man.
Wait a minute. The Sixers and the Flyers are both playing a lot of golf these days.
Yes, they are.
That's true.
Yes, they are. But we have baseball, Tony. We have baseball.
Yes, we
All right,
do.
let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Who on Twitter, sponsored by Turn 7. James the Great. He says, Nick, how can Trump debate Biden when he has a gag order against him? The Dems are setting him up.
Oh.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers must go. Thousands of items. This is not written properly. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall, Turn 7, store closing liquidation, Turn 7.
Yes, indeed. All right, that'll do it for us. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, thank you very much for jumping in and pinch hitting on the fly. As always,
Thank
we love you guys.
Always fun.
All right.
Great show. Good stuff. You guys are killing it. I'm going up to Orlando.
All right. You have fun in Orlando, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 6. Lupe in for Dawn next, and as the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyriq SUVs,